dengan sangat baik.
Congratulations on the 2022 Australia Update. I'm Brody Knox from IEP 2022, which is the Australia-Indonesia Youth Exchange Program. I'm really looking forward to more cultural exchanges between Australia and Indonesia, learning more about the similarities and the differences between our closest geographic neighbour. I'm also looking forward to more trade and investment between the two, but also within the local Indo-Pacific region. Australia and Indonesia are the two biggest economies in the region, and not only can we help grow each other, but also our local region.
Harapannya, semoga rangkaian acaranya berjalan dengan lancar dan bisa memberikan impact yang baik bagi kedua negara.
I think my hope for the relationship between Australia and Indonesia is that over time we can really properly describe it as a friendship which is based on mutual understanding of each other and a respect for the differences that we have and an appreciation for these differences, because it's through these that we can learn and be enriched by each other's cultures and traditions and outlook on the world.
Halo semuanya, saya Syarif dan delegasi Indonesia dalam Australia-Indonesia Youth Exchange 2022 mengucapkan selamat dan sukses atas penyelenggaraan Australia Update 2022. Saya berharap semoga hubungan Australia dan Indonesia tetap terus terjaga dan tetap terus harmonis dalam menghadapi setiap tantangan yang ada. Terima kasih.
I'd like to congratulate you on the 2022 Australia Update. Australia and Indonesia have great ties together, and they can even be better. I hope to see further trade increase, as well as more bilateral increase and also multilateral through the ASEAN Association.
Congratulations on the 2022 Australia Updates. My name is Rizky Junior Uli and I'm an Indonesian delegate for the Australia-Indonesia Youth Exchange Program 2022. Australia and Indonesia have established strong bonds throughout the years. Both countries have pledged to strengthen their trade, economic and political ties. I really hope that Australia and Indonesia will continue to fulfill mutual needs through promoting regional stability, peace and development. Thank you.
Congratulations on the 2022 Australia Update. My hopes and expectations for the future of Australia and Indonesia's bilateral relations is that the connections between our two countries can continue to grow, not just in diplomacy but across different industries and also on a person-to-person basis.
Congratulations for Australia Update 2022. I am Jana from IEP Australia Indonesia Youth Exchange Program 2022. My hope for the relations between Australia and also Indonesia is more strengthening the bilateral relations between these two neighboring countries and also increasing the multicultural understanding.
Hai, I'm Warshidawati, Indonesian Delegates for IEP 2022 mengucapkan selamat untuk Australia Update 2022. Semoga sukses dan jaya selalu ke depannya.
Hi, I'm Faisal from IEP Australia Indonesia Youth Exchange Program. Would like to congratulate for the 2022 Australia Update, and I really hope that the bilateral relationship between Indonesia and Australia would be even closer.
Hello, my name is Davi. I am one of Asia's IEP delegates from Indonesia. Congratulations on the Australia Update 2022. Well, as one of the most far-reaching high-level interactions between two countries in the Asia-Pacific region, Australia and Indonesia are not just close neighbors, but also fellow democracies with such interests and a common future. Hopefully, this update will provide invaluable opportunities to explore areas of stronger cooperation and mutual benefit together. Thanks.
I would like to say congratulations and success for Australian Update 2022. Hopefully in the future for both countries, Australia and Indonesia, have more collaboration, especially for people-to-people exchange, and absolutely for youth collaboration, so we can find the unity and strengthen the relationship between both countries.
I want to say a very big congratulations for the Australia Update 2022. Australia and Indonesia are both best friends and we are neighbors. I want in the future this close relationship is not only recognized by our governments but also all over the people in both nations. And yes, so I'm hoping for the more cultural exchange in both nations.
Hello, my name's Samara Wellborn. Congratulations for the 2022 Australia update. My hopes and expectations for the bilateral relationship between Indonesia and Australia for the future would be to have more university students in Australia graduating who have the Indo-Pacific capability, and to me that means knowing the Indonesian language. I understand that currently less and less universities across Queensland, where I'm from, are teaching students Indonesian. So I think to improve the relationship with Australia and Indonesia in the future, we should be bringing the language learning for the Indonesian language back into Queensland.
Saya mengucapkan selamat dan sukses atas pelaksanaan Australian Update 2022.
Selamat dan sukses untuk pelaksanaan Australia Update 2022.
Saya mengucapkan selamat dan sukses atas pelaksanaan Australian Update 2022.
Please be informed the certificate will be provided to participants who attend all sessions by filling the list of attendance twice, before lunch break and after the end of the panel 3. A certificate will be sent directly to your email. Thank you.
Perlu diinformasikan kepada para peserta dimohonkan untuk mengisi link kehadiran selama 2 kali, yaitu sebelum istirahat makan siang dan setelah sesi ketiga. Sertifikat elektronik akan diberikan kepada peserta yang telah mengisi link kehadiran selama 2 kali. Sertifikat akan dikirimkan ke email masing-masing peserta. Demikian informasi yang dapat disampaikan. Terima kasih.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera, may peace be upon us all. The Australian Ambassador to Indonesia, Her Excellency Penny Williams, in this occasion is represented by Miss Anthea Griffin, Consul General of Australia in Bali.
Yang terhormat Duta Besar Australia untuk Indonesia, Ibu Penny Williams, yang pada kesempatan hari ini diwakili oleh Ibu Anthea Griffin selaku Konsulan Jenderal Australia di Bali.
The Indonesian Ambassador to Australia, His Excellency Dr. Siswo Pramono, who joining us virtually.
Yang terhormat Duta Besar Australia untuk Yang terhormat Duta Besar Indonesia untuk Australia, Bapak Dr. Siswo Pramono, yang pada kesempatan hari ini hadir secara virtual.
Honorable Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Nasional, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Nyoman Sri Subawa ST SOSMM IPM, in this occasion is represented by Vice Rector for Partnership and Entrepreneurship Uniknas Denpasar, Bapak Agus Freddy Maradona PhD.
Yang kami hormati Rektor Universitas Pendidikan Nasional Uniknas Denpasar, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Nyoman Sri Subawa ST SOSMM IPM, yang dalam kesempatan hari ini diwakili oleh Bapak Agus Freddy Maradona PhD selaku Vice Rector for Partnership and Entrepreneurship Uniknas Denpasar.
Honorable Mr. Capi Hakim, Indonesia Air Marshal 2002 until 2005 and Chairman of Air Power Study Center.
Yang kami hormati Marsikal Purnawirawan Capi Hakim selaku Ketua Pusat Studi Kekuatan Udara UNAS.
Honorable Vice Rector Universitas Pendidikan Nasional.
Yang kami hormati para Wakil Rektor Universitas Pendidikan Nasional.
Honorable Dean, Head of Study Program who are joining us virtually.
Yang kami hormati Dekan dan Ketua Program Studi yang hadir secara virtual.
Honorable the Head of Uniknas Study Center and Team.
Yang kami hormati Kepala Pusat Studi Uniknas dan para Kepala Pusat Kajian,
Speaker, Moderator, and all participants who are attend virtually and in person.
para narasumber, moderator, dan seluruh peserta yang hadir secara luring maupun daring.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yuni Dharmapatni as a student of Universitas Pendidikan Nasional. It's an awesome and precious thing to me to be a master of ceremony in this Tuesday, 29 November 2022, in our big event, Australia Update 2022, with theme Indonesia Tourism Revival.
Selamat datang kami ucapkan kepada Bapak Ibu hadirin. Saya Agung Ari Laksana selaku mahasiswa Universitas Pendidikan Nasional. Merupakan sebuah kehormatan dan kesempatan yang berharga bagi kami untuk membawa acara Anda pada hari ini, Selasa 29 November 2022, pada acara Australia Update 2022 dengan tema Kebangkitan Pariwisata Indonesia.
Before we start our agenda today, I would like to invite all audience to arise and sing National Anthem of Indonesia and National Anthem of Australia.
Sebelum kita memulai agenda kita pada hari ini, marilah kita menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia dan lagu kebangsaan Australia. Kepada para hadirin, dimohon untuk berdiri.
Thank you everyone. Please be seated.
Hadirin dipersilakan untuk duduk kembali.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue to the next agenda.
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, kita akan beranjak ke agenda berikut.
The first is welcoming remarks from Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Nasional. In this occasion is represented by Vice Rector for Partnership and Entrepreneurship, Universitas Pendidikan Nasional, Bapak Agus Freddy Maradona, PhD. Time is yours.
Pertama yaitu sambutan dari Rektor Universitas Pendidikan Nasional yang dalam kesempatan hari ini diwakili oleh Bapak Agus Freddy Maradona, PhD, selaku Vice Rector for Partnership and Entrepreneurship Undiknas Denpasar. Kepada Bapak, kami persilakan.
The Ambassador of Indonesia to Australia, His Excellency Ambassador Siswo Pramono, who is joining online. The Consul General of Australia in Bali, Her Excellency Madam Antia Griffin, welcome Ibu Antia. Head of Undiknas Study Center, Ibu Dr. Ana Agung Tini Rusmini Gorda. Excellencies, officials of the Indonesian Embassy in Canberra, who might be joining this event online. Distinguished guests, Bapak Marskal Purnawirawan Capi Hakim beserta Ibu, Bapak Dr. Haryadi Darmawan, Head of CFAS UNAS beserta jajaran, Excellencies, Deans, Vice Rectors, Deans, Head of Programs, and members of faculty here at Undiknas, distinguished speakers, and all of the participants attending this event here at Undiknas or joining online. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan, and a very good morning to all of you. Selamat datang di Undiknas. As the Vice Rector for Partnership and Entrepreneurship of Undiknas, on behalf of Bapak Rektor, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the Australia Update 2022, organized collaboratively by the Indonesian Embassy in Canberra, KBRI Canberra, and Undiknas Study Center, hosted here at Undiknas in a hybrid format. I would also like to express that Undiknas is proud to be involved in this event, the current year's Australia Update, and we are honored to be the host of this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Australia Update has a very important theme, and I'm sure that the theme, that is Indonesia's tourism revival, cannot be more important. Tourism is critical to both Indonesia and Australia. For regional areas like Bali in particular, the downfall of the tourism industry means economic catastrophe. And I'm sure that the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us this very bitter lesson. Not only Bali, of course. I'm sure that all areas, regions, or countries, including Indonesia and Australia, that depend substantially on tourism have experienced difficult economic situations during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. And now that the COVID-19 pandemic has started to go away, God willing, and I'm sure that we have seen signs of recovery in the tourism sector. The number of foreign tourists, particularly from Australia, visiting Indonesia has steadily increased since the beginning of the year. And we've seen that tourist businesses in Bali and other places in Indonesia have started to boom again, to rebound from the hiatus that started because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But before we cherish this, we have to admit that there are still issues that been of concerns to stakeholders of the tourism industry, both here and also abroad. To start with, there's still war raging on the other part of the world, and then there is also concern about economic situation, economic recession that is projected to happen next year. God willing, of course, we avoid that if we can. And coming closer to home in Indonesia, including in Bali, there is also many other issues such as soaring flight tickets from Australia to Bali, which many say that this can hinder Australian visitors to visit Indonesia or to visit Bali and redirect their holiday destinations to other areas such as Thailand, for example. And all other issues that I'm sure can be discussed in today's event. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, through today's Australia update, I hope that all these issues can be addressed so that at the end of the day, we can get new insights of how to tackle this issue better in policies, in strategies, and other real actions. Judging from the background of the speakers who will be sharing their views throughout the day, I'm sure that we can discuss the aforementioned issues in a holistic way, and we will be able to gain new understandings, new insights from today's meeting. And also, equally important is that this event marks the 3rd anniversary of Undiknas Study Center, and I'm inviting you, everybody, to extend a very warm, happy 3rd anniversary to Undiknas Study Center. And to conclude my remarks, I would like to thank the Indonesian Embassy in Canberra, KBRI Canberra, His Excellency Ambassador and his team, and of course Undiknas Study Center, Ibu Dr. Ana Agung Tini and her team, for holding this outstanding event. Also the great support of the Australian Consulate in Bali, the CFAS, Center for Australian Studies, and everyone involved in this event. I wish you all a productive meeting today. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi.
Thank you so much Bapak Agus Freddy Maradona PhD.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Agus Freddy Maradona PhD.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the second remarks will be delivered by the Australian Ambassador to Indonesia. In this occasion, is represented by Ms. Anthea Griffin, Consul General of Australia in Bali. Mrs. Andrea, time is yours.
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, acara selanjutnya yaitu sambutan dari Duta Besar Australia untuk Indonesia yang pada kesempatan hari ini diwakili oleh Ibu Anthea Griffin selaku Konsul Jenderal Australia di Bali. Kepada Ibu, kami persilakan.
Terima kasih, thank you. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Om Swastiastu. Thank you, Bapak Vice Rector, for cooperation and entrepreneurship, Dr. Agus Freddy Maradona, for your kind remarks this morning and for hosting today's event here at the beautiful Undiknas campus in Bali, and congratulations on your anniversary. This is a fitting location for the Australia Update, considering Undiknas' strong collaboration with Australia, including the recently renewed MOUs with Murdoch University and Edith Cowan University. I would also like to acknowledge His Excellency Ambassador Siswo Pramono, who is joining us virtually from Canberra, and to thank the Indonesian Embassy in Canberra for all its support. I was really delighted to meet Bapak Dubes recently at the Australia-Indonesia Business Council National Conference in Darwin. That was just a few weeks ago, and it was great to meet everyone in person again. And of course, I would also like to acknowledge our distinguished speakers and guests here today with us, both in person and online. The focus of today's event on tourism and supporting the post-pandemic economic recovery by lifting trade and investment links between Australia and Indonesia is a timely one. The Australian Government has put expanding our economic links with Indonesia front and centre of our engagement with Indonesia. Building these links is an important part of our economic recovery. Just 15 days after the Australian election, which was in May this year, the Prime Minister Albanese travelled to Indonesia on his first bilateral visit. And he didn't travel alone. The Prime Minister was accompanied by the Foreign Minister Penny Wong, Trade and Tourism Minister Don Farrell, Industry and Science Minister Ed Husic, as well as a delegation of 10 high-profile business executives from Australia. By choosing Indonesia for his first bilateral visit and bringing so many ministers and business representatives with him, the Prime Minister signalled just how important Australia's economic relationship with Indonesia is. And even more recently, Prime Minister Albanese travelled to Indonesia less than 2 weeks ago to attend the G20 meetings right here in Bali. Because of the importance Australia places on expanding our economic relationship with Indonesia, Prime Minister Albanese spoke at the Business 20 conference, or B20 for short, that took place before the G20 Leaders Summit. At the B20, Prime Minister Albanese outlined how Australian businesses were energised by the opportunities here in Indonesia. And this was reflected by the fact that there were more Australian business leaders attending the B20 than any other country. And could I also just take this opportunity to congratulate Indonesia and also Bali on successfully hosting the G20 and B20 and other associated ministerial meetings this year. It was really a fantastic event. Australia and Indonesia already enjoy a close relationship, further strengthened through the Indonesia-Australia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which came into effect in 2020. And while our economic links took a hit or struggled during the pandemic, they have started to bounce back stronger than ever. Australia's two-way goods trade with Indonesia reached a record high last year at 16 billion Australian dollars. That's about a third higher than pre-pandemic levels. On investment, we're also seeing some Australian businesses making bold steps in Indonesia. For example, Australian companies Aspen Medical and Doctor have signed onto a 1.3 billion Australian dollar deal to provide healthcare clinics and hospitals to the province of West Java over the coming decades. Monash University opened its Tangerang campus earlier this year, the very first international university to set up a campus in Indonesia, and we have hopes that more Australian businesses will follow over the next couple of years. The most impressive recovery has been in the sector that is the focus of our session today, and one that is particularly close to my heart as Australia's Consul General in Bali, is Indonesia's dynamic tourism sector. Tourism is the cornerstone of the Australia-Indonesia economic relationship. Before the pandemic, tourism was Indonesia's single largest export to Australia. In 2019 alone, Australian tourists contributed 40 trillion rupiah, or 4 billion Australian dollars, to the Indonesian economy. On average, Australian tourists in Indonesia also spent more money per day and stayed longer than tourists of any other country. On average, more than 1 million Australians visited Indonesia each year over the last decade, reaching a peak of 1.4 million tourists in 2019. To put that number in perspective, that meant that before the pandemic, around 1 in 20 Australians were visiting Indonesia every year. Australia was also a growing destination for Indonesian tourists. In 2019, Australia welcomed 220,000 Indonesian visitors, making Indonesia Australia's 11th largest source market for visitors and one of the fastest growing in the world. And tourism isn't just about our economic relationship. Having so many travellers every year fosters the people-to-people links and cultural understanding that are fundamental to Australia's bilateral relationship with Indonesia, and that was a theme I think we saw with the Australia-Indonesia Youth Exchange people who were being interviewed earlier. And while tourism numbers fell significantly during the pandemic, the recovery in international travel between Australia and Indonesia over the last year has been extraordinary. Since border restrictions began loosening in February, Australians have returned to Indonesia at a faster rate than any other country, and the rapid recovery is particularly visible in Bali. Since the first direct flight to Bali recommenced in March 2002, we have seen the number of flights and tourist arrivals return to around 70% of pre-COVID levels. But as Bapak Vice Rector mentioned, there are still issues such as the high price of the tickets. Over 90,000 Australians visited Indonesia in September. That was almost a fifth of all foreign tourists visiting Indonesia that month, and I expect the number to keep growing. Similarly, we have seen a rapid recovery in Indonesian tourists coming to Australia. Indonesia has been Australia's 7th largest source of tourists since reopening, with 55,000 Indonesians travelling to Australia in the year to August. This has been matched by a growing number of direct flights between Australia and Indonesia. Only last year, Garuda Indonesia launched the first direct flight between Melbourne and Jakarta in almost a year and a half. So it is really good to see the recovery of all those direct flights between Australia and Indonesia. So with the tourism recovery well underway, the questions I look forward to hearing more about today is, where to from here? How can Indonesia continue to broaden its tourism relationship with Australia so that we see more Australians, not just in Bali, but also experiencing a sunrise at Lake Toba or watching the sun go down at Borobudur and tasting the legendary spice of Padang food? How can Australia keep developing its own tourism offerings to bring an increasing number of Indonesian tourists to Australia? And how can Australia and Indonesia learn from each other's experience to build tourism sectors that are more sustainable and inclusive? If we get these questions right, then in the not too distant future, our bilateral tourism numbers will exceed their pre-pandemic highs. I look forward to hearing discussion today on how we can make that future a reality. Thank you so much for having me here today. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum. Salam sejahtera. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Santia Griffin.
Terima kasih kepada Ibu Antia Griffin.
Let us welcome Indonesia Ambassador to Australia, Dr. Siswo Pramono, who joining us virtually. Time is yours.
Selanjutnya sambutan dari Duta Besar Indonesia untuk Australia kepada Bapak Dr. Siswo Pramono, kami persilakan.
Yang kami hormati Profesor Dr. Nyoman Sri Supawa, Rektor Universitas Pendidikan Nasional, Miss Antia Griffin, Australian Consul General in Bali, para pembicara, pembahas, dan moderator, para dosen, pengajar, dan peneliti yang saya muliakan, mahasiswi, mahasiswa, dan insan akademis yang saya banggakan, dan hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Selamat pagi, waktu Indonesia bagian tengah. Rahasen sangat suatu kebahagiaan tersendiri bagi saya bisa membuka untuk pertama kalinya kegiatan Australia Update keempat yang kali ini terrealisasi atas kerjasama dengan Undiknas Bali. Tentunya masih dalam pertimbangan kehati-hatian di masa pandemi COVID, sekaligus blessing in disguise karena kemajuan teknologi, maka kegiatan Australia Update kali ini berjalan secara hybrid. Saya dan Ibu Penny William di Canberra, Pak Rektor dan kawan-kawan Undiknas beserta Miss Griffin di Denpasar, ada juga Profesor Scott di Perth, Pak Hari di Jakarta, Ibu Miriam, dan Pak Purwa di Sydney.
Namun teknologi memungkinkan kita untuk dapat sebagai dari penjuru dan tetap berkontribusi memajukan hubungan Indonesia dan Australia. Sungguh suatu kolaborasi yang luar biasa. Tak kenal maka tak sayang. Semua pasti pernah mendengar kalimat ini sekalipun kedengarannya klise, namun benar-benar benar adanya ya. Secara umum, perkembangan hubungan bilateral Indonesia-Australia berkembang secara positif. Namun demikian, meskipun hubungan bilateral G2G dan B2B antara kedua negara telah mengalami kemajuan yang pesat, terutama setelah peningkatan kemitraan kedua negara menjadi Comprehensive Strategic Partnership di tahun 2018, berlakunya IASEPA Indonesia-Australia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement pada tahun 2020, pada kenyataannya pada grassroots level masih sedikit masyarakat Indonesia yang memiliki pemahaman yang mendalam ya mengenai Australia. Begitu pula sebaliknya. While the bilateral relationship is very broad in terms of gap, notably it's very shallow. If you don't believe it, just check the latest Lowy Institute poll. The number not showing enough improvement. Now, oleh karena itu penting adanya upaya untuk menyamakan persepsi, meningkatkan pemahaman terhadap masing-masing negara melalui trust building, membangun saling pengertian agar Indonesia bisa lebih memahami Australia dan begitu juga Australia bisa lebih memahami Indonesia. Untuk itulah kali ini kita akan mencoba menganalisa, mencari strategi melalui sektor yang dekat dengan people to people engaged, sektor yang juga dekat dengan masyarakat Bali yaitu pariwisata. Australia Update 2022 mengangkat tema kebangkitan pariwisata Indonesia. Hingga triwulan akhir 2020 ini jumlah wisatawan meroket mencapai 400.000 dibandingkan 2 tahun yang lalu, yaitu 250.000 pada tahun 2020 dan hanya 2.000 pada tahun 2021. Namun tentunya baseline yang paling rendahnya ya yang kita bersama harapkan ya baliklah ke pra-Covid, yaitu 1,4 juta wisatawan. Minat wisatawan Australia masih sangat tinggi dan kesadaran terhadap lingkungan alam dan sosial wisatawan dari Australia terhadap tujuan wisata mereka juga tinggi. Hal-hal seperti ini harus dioptimalkan oleh Indonesia sehingga pariwisatanya bangkit kembali, perekonomian masyarakat Bali kembali bergeliat dan kelestarian alam dan budaya Bali pun tetap memukau dan semakin mendunia. Nah, Bapak dan Ibu, teman-teman peserta Australian Update yang saya hormati, kami juga sangat mengapresiasi upaya-upaya yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah Australia untuk memajukan hubungan kedua negara dalam konteks people to people, antara lain melalui skema New Colombo Plan, di mana Indonesia menjadi salah satu destinasi favorit bagi para pelajar Australia, teman-teman kita itu, untuk mendapatkan pengalaman langsung belajar dan hidup di Indonesia. Saya mengharapkan kerjasama people to people seperti ini dapat terus ditingkatkan di masa mendatang. Di berbagai universitas Australia telah banyak program Indonesian Studies yang juga dibentuk dan juga telah dibentuk berbagai Indonesian Center. Namun di Indonesia baru hanya ada satu di Universitas Nasional Jakarta. Besar harapan saya di masa mendatang, kampus-kampus utama di Indonesia juga dapat membangun pusat studi Australia untuk pengembangan dan pendalaman terkait Australia di level yang lebih intensif lagi, untuk mengisi gap persepsi antara publik Indonesia dan Australia. Hubungan atau relationship yang telah terbangun harus dipertahankan, maintain the people-to-people contact at its highest level. Bapak dan Ibu, para peserta Australian Update, teman-teman semua yang saya hormati, saya menyadari bahwa peningkatan hubungan antara Indonesia dan Australia tidak dapat terrealisasi dengan mudah dengan sekejap mata ya, perlu usaha yang luar biasa. It took a lot of effort to stand where we are now today in terms of bilateral relations with Australia and will need a continuous effort in maintaining these close relations. Pada kesempatan ini saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua pihak yang bekerja keras dalam mewujudkan hingga terselenggaranya kegiatan pagi hari ini. Nah, kepada Kedutaan Besar Australia di Jakarta, Pusat Studi Undiknas, Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan, serta Kementerian Luar Negeri Indonesia, saya ucapkan terima kasih dan penghargaan yang tinggi atas dukungan dan bantuannya. I also would like to commend my team from the Indonesian Embassy in Canberra, the team at the Australian Embassy in Jakarta, and the team from University Pendidikan Nasional that have working really very hard to make this event possible. Kepada seluruh peserta saya ucapkan selamat berdiskusi secara sehat, selamat memperkaya ilmu, jangan segan-segan untuk bertanya, jangan malu-malu memberikan pandangan dan masukan yang konstruktif untuk semakin eratnya hubungan kedua negara. Terima kasih, matur suksma, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Om Santi Santi Santi.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Siswo Pramono. And then Bapak Siswo Pramono, we would like to bring the greetings, and we are trying to connect live with Sam Palmer from Australia.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Hello.
Thank you so much for having me today. I'm really feel very privileged to be invited to join you. I have a presentation which I'd like to try to share. Let me see if it works. Let me see. Sorry.
Pak bingung bicara dulu Bapak. Sebentar. Silakan Pak.
Halo teman-teman.
Hello, good morning, Bapak Siswo Pramono.
Yeah, so very happy to be along with participants, and I really wish you a very successful update. Bagaimana bisa didengar teman-teman?
Yeah, we hear that.
Ya. Oke, saya sekali lagi ya, saya sampaikan selamat dan harapan yang luar biasa ya untuk teman-teman di Indonesia maupun yang mengikuti dari banyak tempat termasuk dari Australia. Semoga apa yang kita lakukan hari ini memberikan horizon yang lebih luas supaya kita bisa berkontribusi penuh ya untuk hubungan kedua negara, karena ya kita itu tetangga tapi juga partner. Kalau partner kan harus saling menguntungkan. Kalau sudah saling menguntungkan akan bermanfaat untuk kita semua. Ya, terima kasih ya, sukses selalu.
Much, Bapak Dr. Siswo Pramono, for giving us greetings. And now we would like to invite Bapak Rektor of Universitas Pendidikan Nasional. In this occasion is represented by Vice Rector for Partnership and Entrepreneurship Undiknas, Bapak Agus Freddy Maradona PhD, to present the token of appreciation to the Australian Ambassador to Indonesia. In this occasion is represented by Ms. Anthea Griffin, Consul General of Australia in Bali. Mrs. Anthea, time is yours.
Acara selanjutnya itu penyerahan plakat oleh Rektor Universitas Pendidikan Nasional yang dalam kesempatan hari ini diwakili oleh Bapak Agus Freddy Maradona PhD selaku Vice Rector for Partnership and Entrepreneurship Undiknas Denpasar kepada Duta Besar Australia untuk Indonesia yang pada kesempatan ini diwakili oleh Ibu Anthea Griffith selaku Konsul Jenderal Australia untuk Bali.
Thank you very much, Bapak Agus and Miss Antea. Now we have a take a photo group session together with all participants who joining virtually and who attend in this room. Who joining virtually, please on camera, and who attend in this room, please stand up.
Selanjutnya adalah sesi foto bersama dengan seluruh peserta yang hadir secara luring dan daring. Kepada peserta daring kami mohonkan untuk mengaktifkan kamera, dan kepada peserta yang hadir secara langsung dimohon untuk berdiri.
One last, in a 3, 2, 1. Okay, a freestyle, maybe we just, this kind of style is like a finger heart, like this. Okay, it means like I love you, I adore you. Okay, in a 3, 2, 1. Okay. Oh, in the camera, in the left one. In a 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you everyone. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, we have come to our first agenda, update on Australia tourism policy.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, saat ini kita akan menuju sesi materi yang pertama dengan tema update kebijakan umum Australia terkait pariwisata.
All presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator. Allow me to read her short bio. Okay. Anak Agung Mia Intentilia SIP MA. Mia is a lecturer and head of Asian and International Studies Center at Universitas Pendidikan Nasional Bali. She has initiated and organized various programs, including seminar, research, and community development. Mia has published several academic research on the topic covering public and digital diplomacy, political communication, non-state actor, involvement, and gender equality. She obtained her Master of Arts in International Relations and International Organization at the University of Groningen, the Netherlands. Funded by the Dutch government with student scholarship. She has taken part in several prestigious international programs, among others, as the head delegate of Indonesia for G7 Youth Summit, G7 2022 in Berlin, Germany. Mia also enjoyed her other interests in a professional public speaker, moderator, and Bali TV presenter.
Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, mari kita sambut moderator kita, Anak Agung Mia Intentilia SIP MA. Kepada moderator, waktu dan tempat dipersilakan.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, nama budaya, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua, salam kebajikan. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada seluruh peserta, adik-adik, para tamu undangan yang kami hormati. Terima kasih atas perkenalannya dari MC. Perkenalkan, nama saya Mia. Senang sekali hari ini saya bisa menjadi moderator untuk panel yang pertama. Selamat datang juga kepada seluruh peserta yang mengikuti acara ini secara virtual. Selamat datang, mudah-mudahan semuanya bisa aktif berpartisipasi dan juga berdiskusi bersama-sama dalam panel yang pertama ini. Tema kita hari ini adalah Indonesia's Tourism Revival. Bagaimana kita akan bersama-sama membahas terkait dengan kebangkitan pariwisata Indonesia. Dan berbicara tentang pariwisata, itu adalah sebuah topik yang sangat dekat dengan kita, warga Bali, orang Bali, masyarakat Bali. Sehingga kami sangat mengapresiasi kepercayaan dari KBRI Canberra dan juga seluruh pihak yang sudah mendukung acara ini, sudah mempercayakan kami di Universitas Pendidikan Nasional untuk menjadi mitra dalam pelaksanaan Australia Update 2022 dengan tema yang sangat relevan dengan situasi kami di Bali. We would like also to welcome the speaker for this session, Ms. Samantha Palmer. I believe she's here with us already joining us. Can we spotlight Ms. Samantha Palmer on the screen so we can all see her and greet her? Hello, good morning, Ibu Samantha. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you very much for the privilege of joining.
Thank you very much for joining us virtually, Ibu. We wish that you could join us in person actually here in Bali, hopefully soon.
Not long ago, actually, I was just there.
Yeah, all right. Okay, Ibu Samantha, allow me to introduce your profile shortly to all of the participants here. So, Samantha Palmer is the General Manager of Austrade Visitor Economy and Client Programs Division, leading the nation's tourism and visitor economy policy and programs and export grants. She is also Austrade's Global Diversity and Inclusion Champion. Samantha is a National Fellow of the Institute of Public Administration Australia, was one of the 2013 AFR Westpac 100 Women of Influence, and the 2013 Australian Human Resource Institute Diversity Champion of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Ibu Samantha Palmer. Okay, so after this, Ibu Samantha will have 20 minutes to present your presentation and then to give a response and also to discuss more on the topic regarding this presentation and also the overall topic of this Australia Update, which is the Indonesia's Tourism Revival, and to talk more specifically on update on Australia's tourism policy. We would like to invite two discussants to join us here with me. We have Bapak Dr. Hari Darmawan, Kepala Pusat Studi Australia Universitas Nasional. Selamat pagi, selamat datang Bapak, silakan bisa bergabung ke depan. Dan senang sekali pagi ini kita juga kehadiran yang kami hormati Bapak Capi Hakim, Kepala Pusat Studi Kekuatan Udara dan Pembina Pusat Studi Australia UNAS. Bapak mohon izin berkenan bergabung bersama kami di depan. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so for this session, Samantha will talk about Australia Thrive 2030, the reimagined visitor economy to 2030, Australia's long-term plan for sustainable visitor economic growth and recovery. And then after that, I would like to invite Bapak Capi and also Bapak Hari to share their views regarding the specific topic of Samantha and also the overall topic of our event today, Australia Update 2022, Indonesia's Tourism Revival. Samantha, you can start your presentation for 20 minutes. The screen is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And can the conference organisers please put my screen, my presentation up on the screen so people can see the slides? Thank you. Very good. So the first thing I'd like to do is acknowledge the land upon which I'm giving this presentation. It's an important part of Australian culture. I am today on the land of the Gubbi Gubbi people, the traditional custodians of this place, and I pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and extend that respect to any Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are joining in this presentation today. So I can't see the slides actually, I'm not sure if you can see them on my screen, but thank you. So if I can go to just back one, just briefly, just wanted to say here, this acknowledgement of country, which I have on the slide, is from our National Indigenous Tourism Advisory Group member, Professor Dean Sanders, and he makes the point for Australia that all tourism is Indigenous tourism. All tourism is First Nations tourism in Australia, because our First Nations people have been stewarding the land for well over 65,000 years, and therefore the tourism benefits we have from the landscape are as a result of their stewardship of the land. So I thought it might be good to start with an explanation about the visitor economy's size and makeup in Australia. And I'm speaking to you from the Australian Trade and Investment Commission, where we have responsibility for driving trade and investment into Australia. And the Australian tourism component of the visitor of our economy is actually our fourth largest export. So a very strong export for us after iron ore, coal and gas. And we know for a lot of our Pacific neighbours that in fact tourism is a much bigger contributor. So to the year ending December 2019, the visitor economy spend was $166 billion in Australia, with the majority of that being domestic. And international comprised $59 billion, of which international students, both long stay and short stay students, comprised the vast majority, about 68 to 69%. So leisure tourism is only contributing about $10 billion in that. But it's important, as of course you know, that leisure tourists and also business tourists do tend to spend a higher proportion per night of stay, so they're much higher yield. And certainly our domestic tourists, Australians love to travel, including to Bali, and we're very big travellers and have increased our amount and spend and travel dramatically in the past 5 to 10 years, but haven't increased that same degree of spend when travelling at home domestically. And so part of our challenge in this COVID environment, whilst international tourists are not returning as quickly, most of our return is visiting friends and relatives, that we actually try to find ways to increase the domestic spend, particularly on experiences and activities which tend to be the purview of our international travellers. So if we go to our next slide, the next slide talks about Indonesia and the value of Indonesia to Australia's visitor economy. That slide's not moving forward for me. Oh, there we go, beautiful, thank you. Indonesia is incredibly important to Australia. In 2019, Indonesia was our 12th largest inbound visitor market and our 14th largest for spend, and it was growing at a rate of 6% per year. So from January to August this year, we've had 43,700 arrivals, and that's 71% down on pre-COVID times. Pre-COVID, 1.2 million Australians visited Indonesia, a very popular destination, as we well know. We have very strong friendships and ties as a result. In September 2022, we had 79,000 Australians plus, that's over the age of 15, visiting Indonesia. So if we go to the next slide, what I wanted to show here was the change over time since we've been actually collecting this data back to 1986. Our Tourism Research Statistics Agency, TRA, which is part of my area of Austrade, turned 35 this year, and we've been collecting this for some time. I thought this is useful for you to have over time and to be able to reflect on. It shows the growth of different markets. So you can see Indonesia is in a dark blue in the bottom right hand corner, and certainly had been growing over that period of time. The next slide shows the inbound international flights, which are beginning to recover. And for those of you who are very familiar with the UNWTO data, of course you'll know that the Asia Pacific region has been much slower to return because we've had different COVID settings in many of our countries and continue to do so for China, for instance, which is a very large market for many of our countries and our neighbours. So half of our arrivals to date, since our border opened, have been visiting friends and relatives who have been really keen to reconnect. And of course, for the purpose of education, travellers have also been increasing, but holiday arrivals are much, much slower for a range of reasons, including the cost, airline availability, flight capacity, inflation, and other concerns and issues. So on the next slide, I wanted to give you a little bit of a taste for domestic. Domestic is a very important market in Australia. As you can see, it's the largest proportion of our spend. And for the first time in 20 years, the number of nights that Australian travellers have been travelling for domestically has been going up. And has been pretty much holding over the last little period as well. And that's partly because people were taking longer trips to counter the level of uncertainty and the higher cost. If the flight is the most expensive part, people spending a few more days and combining business and leisure travel as well. So what have we been doing? The next slide is a photo of our cover of our Thrive 2030 strategy. Thrive stands for the Reimagined Visitor Economy. And we had a new strategy ready to launch for 2030 called Tourism 2030. We were going to launch that in March in 2020. And of course, COVID came along and meant that it wasn't appropriate no longer fit for purpose. So we went back and engaged quite strongly to develop a new national strategy that built on the previous work, but also took into account the impacts of the pandemic. We want to return to our pre-pandemic expenditure by the end of 2024, that 166 billion, before growing it to 230 billion by 2030, which is quite neat and sits within a target range. Now, this strategy was released in 2022 under our previous government, and of course, you'll be aware we had an election in May. The embassy presenter before was talking about how important the trip for our Prime Minister and business people to come to Indonesia was. Post the election, the government also supported this strategy, and we're currently updating some of the details to include the different policy areas that are very important to our new government. So our next page, and I should say that you can find that full strategy and the action plans on the Austrade website. So if you search Austrade Thrive 2030, Google will find it very easily for you. So the targets in the strategy sit within a band. So we've got a possibility of getting up to 270 billion if all goes well, but we're landing in the middle of that band. And we also have a target within that for regional expenditure, because the regions in Australia are really, really important to us and quite critical. And in fact, a larger proportion of our businesses and our regional economies are reliant on tourism. So we have a $70 billion target by the end of 2024 and a $100 billion target by the end of 2030. So on the next slide, what we've done here is not easy to read, but to really be able to demonstrate to you that we've got one page for our whole strategy. So if detail's not your thing, this is the page to look at. We have our vision, our targets, and the detail of those, our 3 core areas of focus: collaborating, modernising, and diversifying, and then our 7 policy pillars, the 7 different key policy areas for action that we will be delivering in the strategy. And then the action plan for the strategy so far goes into detail against those 7. So if we want to talk about a little bit on the next page, the phases of our strategy, it's a long-term strategy. Just skip to page there if we can go back one page. Thank you. Thrive will be implemented in 3 phases. We've only articulated the actions in the recovery phase to 2024, and then we have work to do with industry and jurisdictions and colleagues to develop the action plans for the consolidation phase and the acceleration phase for the later areas. Now, what's really exciting at the moment is that our sister agency, Tourism Australia, on the next page, has just recently launched a brand new campaign. So Tourism Australia is our international marketing agency, and they have called on visitors to come and say g'day, developing a campaign that really speaks to what people love about Australia and know and brings out the warm emotions. And it's a competitive environment, tourism advertising right now, some really amazing quality activities and marketing campaigns coming out. So this one is developed for our 15 key international markets that TA has to run from October 22, so it's in flight now. It has film, television, social, digital and editorial advertising formats. It features an animated souvenir kangaroo called Ruby, who is voiced by the Australian actress Rose Byrne, who is very well known. And Ruby goes on an adventure across Australia with Louis, a toy unicorn, and Louis represents international tourists, and that's voiced by the comedian Will Arnett, and has been dubbed and translated into many different languages. And I encourage you, if you haven't seen the material, particularly the longer film that's been made, which shows much more of Australia, to go onto YouTube and have a look at that. It's a really amazing piece of work, and we hope will help drive demand. So some other things I thought I would highlight rather than just walking you through the strategy. On the next page, I recently came to Bali. It was a real an incredible privilege and pleasure to come to the G20 Tourism Working Group meeting. That's a photo of me there. And I really appreciate the wonderful hosting by Indonesia at that meeting. And I also accompanied the Tourism Minister's representative. So Senator Tim Ayres was there at the Tourism Ministers meeting. And it was also fantastic to have Minister Uno, your Minister for Tourism and the Creative Economy, visit Australia earlier this year in April, and for me to talk to the Indonesian Tourism Department staff as part of that visit. The Australian government is focusing very strongly on the Asia Pacific region and our engagement, and we're very committed to doing all that we can to work effectively, including with countries like Indonesia, especially given our relationship. We also really appreciated the opportunity to attend the World Tourism Day G20 Leaders Summit and all the activities that Indonesia put into that. And we work very closely with our colleagues in DFAT and our offshore network. So Indonesia has a very important place as a key market of interest for Australia based on its historical performance, its growth potential, and also the latent demand and regional dispersal opportunities. And we continue to work with the Indonesian Tourism Department as well on your interest in terms of Australian engagement in the new expansion, or the 5 new Balis that are being worked through. So what's next for us in closing? So I'm almost at the end, so thank you for your patience as I get to the end. My next slide is about our key areas of focus in the short term. The next slide articulates that the first is accessible tourism. So there is a tremendous sized market for people who have a variety of accessible needs, not just people with disability, but families. More people are travelling in big family groups with younger and older people, and as the population ages, we're acquiring age-related disabilities and have accessibility needs. Sustainability is very important, particularly for a wide range of markets, especially out of Europe, and nature-based tourism is increasing in a level of interest. First Nations tourism, in terms of our ability to provide employment for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in Australia, and do more to better leverage our culture, our First Nations culture, and what is uniquely Australian, as well as leveraging our broader arts culture and also sport. We have the Olympics in 2032 in Brisbane to also work towards. Workforce and skills is a challenge everywhere around the world and has been there for a long time prior to COVID, but it's particularly exacerbated for us in Australia as many of our international workers went home and have not yet returned during COVID, and diversifying our market. So we're less reliant on some markets which grew dramatically, for instance China, in our both our international education and our travelling visitor market as well. So that's our key areas of focus, and the last slide just provides some contact details for our website where you can find more information, how you can subscribe to our visitor economy news, and how to an email address for getting more information and engagement. Thank you for your patience as I went through my slides, and I hope you found that presentation useful and look forward to questions.
Thank you very much once again. Please give a big round of applause for Samantha. Thank you very much, Ibu Sam, for your very insightful presentation that you cover a lot of important things on Australia's tourism policy. And we hope that you can still be here with us until noon, until 12, to have a short discussion with the participants. And I would like to invite participants who are joining us in person here to ask questions later during the Q&A session. And those participants who are joining us virtually can also ask questions by sending your question on chat box. Please write your name and also your campus or institution. Before we proceed to Q&A session, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Bapak Cepi Hakim, Kepala Pusat Studi Air Power Indonesia, Chairman of Indonesia Center for Air Power Studies, and also Air Chief Marshal, Chief of Air Force 2002 until 2005, to share your view on the theme of Australia Update, Indonesia's tourism revival, and also perhaps also specifically talking about Indonesia's tourism policy for 10 minutes. Bapak 10 menit, kami persilakan.
Ibu-ibu,
Recording in progress.
Ibu-ibu, Bapak sekalian yang sangat saya hormati, yang terhormat Rektor Universitas Pendidikan Nasional, Profesor Dr. Nyoman Sri Subawa, Duta Besar Australia untuk Indonesia, Excellency Penny Williams, Duta Besar Indonesia untuk Australia, Excellency Siswo Pramono, para narasumber baik yang berasal dari Indonesia maupun Australia, segenap panitia dan peserta baik yang hadir secara langsung maupun melalui Zoom. Selamat pagi. Pertama kali saya ingin menyampaikan terima kasih atas kesempatan saya bisa berkontribusi pada Australia Update pada hari ini. Saya akan berbahasa Indonesia untuk mengajak orang Australia belajar bahasa Indonesia. During my active duty, 38 years in Air Force, and after 17 years retired, I still active in relationship between Indonesia and Australia. We have non-written agreement. I always speaking in Bahasa Indonesia to encourage my Australian people to study Bahasa Indonesia, and I let Australian friend to speak English so that all of Indonesian people can study English to understand the Australian people. Kenapa itu kita kembangkan di Angkatan Udara maupun setelah saya pensiun atau setelah saya retired, saya aktif di IKAHAN, Ikatan Alumni Australia Indonesia. Karena between Indonesia and Australia, we have the two big barrier in our relationship, although we are closest in geographically. Kita memiliki dua hambatan yang sangat prinsip dalam hubungan Indonesia-Australia, yaitu yang pertama adalah bahasa dan yang kedua adalah culture. Itu sebabnya banyak permasalahan-permasalahan dalam perkembangan hubungan Indonesia-Australia itu berkembang karena dua hal tersebut, sehingga banyak dispute yang terjadi yang sebenarnya tidak perlu terjadi. Sekali lagi karena the two main barrier that we facing together. Sebagai negara yang bertetangga paling dekat, maka kita tidak punya pilihan lain kecuali untuk bekerja sama, kecuali untuk bersahabat, kecuali untuk mencapai cita-cita bersama dengan self-respect, dengan mutual respect, mutual cooperation, mutual understanding. Ibu bapak sekalian yang saya hormati, uniknya hubungan Indonesia-Australia itu terkadang juga memunculkan istilah-istilah yang sedikit lucu, gitu. Bagaimana hubungan Indonesia dengan Australia? Oh, hubungan Indonesia dengan Australia itu sangat akrab, akan tetapi di bawah naungan benci tapi rindu. Itu joke-nya. Sayang sekali tadi saya dengan Pak Hari sebagai Ketua Pusat Studi Australia di Indonesia, yang saya tahu di Indonesia Pusat Studi Australia cuma satu, tetapi di Australia Pusat Studi Indonesia di Australia sangat banyak. Itu handicap. Itu juga salah satu dari result, dari refleksi hubungan yang benci tapi rindu. Sayang sekali lagi tadi kita, Sari dan saya tidak sempat untuk bisa berkomunikasi dengan Konsul Jenderal Australia di Bali. Ya. Tetapi di luar dari itu semua, hubungan Indonesia-Australia sekali lagi memang sangat unik. Tetapi sekali lagi juga saya harus menggarisbawahi bahwa kita tidak punya pilihan lain. We have no other choice. As a close neighbor, kita hanya punya satu pilihan untuk bersahabat, untuk menuju ke cita-cita bersama dengan saling menghargai, saling mengerti, dan saling menghormati tentu saja. Tadi sudah banyak dipaparkan berbagai hal yang merupakan opportunity dari perkembangan yang bisa kita capai setelah pandemi dalam konteks hubungan Indonesia dan Australia. Saya ingin mengingatkan kembali bahwa Perdana Menteri Australia, the first and only lady, Australian lady Prime Minister, Julia Gillard, mengatakan bahwa the global economic growths are shifting from Atlantic Ocean to Indian and Pacific Ocean. Dan Julia Gillard juga mengatakan bahwa sekarang kita berhadapan dengan abadnya Asia. We facing the Asian century. Berpindahnya pertumbuhan ekonomi dunia ke kawasan Samudra India dan Samudra Pasifik, salah satu primadonanya, salah satu leading sektornya adalah penerbangan, adalah air transportation system. Tadi kita juga berbicara tentang tourism. Maka kalau kita berbicara tentang tourism, kita pasti akan berbicara tentang aviation. Dan kalau kita berbicara tentang aviation sifatnya adalah internation. Sekali lagi, maka pertumbuhan ekonomi yang ditandai dengan berpindahnya pertumbuhan ekonomi global dari wilayah Atlantic Ocean ke Indian and Pacific Ocean, itu leading sektornya adalah aviation. Dan aviation itu merupakan tulang punggung dari perkembangan tourism, terutama di kawasan Pasifik, terutama lagi antara Indonesia dan Australia. 4-5 tahun yang lalu saya sudah merintis ke beberapa kalangan aviation di Australia, termasuk di salah satu flying school di Melbourne, untuk bekerja sama di bidang education and training. Karena peluang ini sangat besar ya antara Indonesia dan Australia dalam mengembangkan aviation di sektor education and training. Karena dampak dari perkembangan pendidikan dan latihan di bidang aviation itu langsung atau tidak langsung akan banyak berkontribusi pada hubungan baik antara Indonesia dan Australia, dan terutama sekali juga pada perkembangan aviation di Australia dan di Indonesia. Tantangan ke depan di bidang penerbangan sangat unik karena perkembangan teknologi yang begitu cepat telah membawa dunia penerbangan begitu tinggi akselerasi kemajuan teknologinya. Di sisi lain, perkembangan SDM itu terasa sekali tertinggal. Salah satu indikatornya adalah kecelakaan pesawat Boeing 737 MAX 8 itu adalah salah satu dari bagaimana perkembangan teknologi yang begitu cepat telah meninggalkan education and training system di bidang aviation. Telah meninggalkan bagaimana kita meningkatkan kualitas SDM di bidang penerbangan untuk catch up, untuk bisa bersama-sama dengan majunya kemajuan teknologi di bidang aviation. Itu adalah tantangan dunia, dan terutama sekali kalau kita berbicara tentang hubungan baik antara Indonesia dan Australia, dia juga menjadi tantangan Indonesia dan Australia. Di satu hal tentang kemajuan teknologi yang telah meninggalkan metode pendidikan dan latihan SDM yang mengawakinya, kita juga berhadapan dengan masalah yang kita hadapi sekarang ini pasca pandemi. Kita berhadapan dengan pasca pandemi. Setelah 2,5 tahun dan lebih kurang 1,5 tahun, dapat dikatakan bahwa penerbangan itu terhenti dalam tanda petik karena wabah pandemi COVID-19. Dan bagaimana memulai kembali, sekali lagi saya harus garis bawahi bahwa itu adalah tantangan tersendiri. Pesawat-pesawat terbang yang sudah lama tidak terbang, para SDM yang sudah lama tidak melakukan kegiatannya, mereka memerlukan waktu tertentu, mereka memerlukan persiapan-persiapan tertentu untuk berkembang di era recovery ini untuk nanti bisa naik lebih cepat lagi. Saudara-saudara sekalian, saya ingin menyampaikan pada kesempatan yang baik ini bahwa Australia dan Indonesia memiliki banyak sekali opportunity untuk mengembangkan persahabatan yang lebih baik. Yang saya sampaikan tentang bidang penerbangan, dan dalam hal ini saya menekankan tentang education dan training, dan juga tentunya research and development yang harus menyertainya, itu harus merupakan salah satu juga fokus kita untuk bisa bersama-sama bekerja sama. Saya beberapa waktu yang lalu telah berbicara juga dengan beberapa teman di kedutaan Australia di Indonesia, di Jakarta, untuk membicarakan beberapa masalah ini. Dan saya sangat optimis ya melihat bagaimana hubungan baik yang berkembang belakangan ini antara Indonesia dan Australia untuk bisa mengembangkan bersama-sama persahabatan kedua negara yang sebenarnya adalah merupakan negara yang bertetangga sangat dekat ya, the closest neighbor, yang sekali lagi saya harus garis bawahi di sini bahwa kita tidak punya pilihan lain dalam konteks Indonesia dengan Australia kecuali kita bersahabat, kecuali kita saling menghormati, kecuali kita saling mempercayai ya, mutual trust, mutual understanding, dan mutual cooperation menuju, kalau Julia Gillard mengatakan, menuju Asian century. Dan yang menarik adalah dalam kata sambutan di buku putih Australia, Julia Gillard mengatakan di bawah kata sambutan beliau mengatakan bahwa Asian century is the Australian opportunity. Dan kalau seorang Perdana Menteri Australia mengatakan itu adalah Australian opportunity, maka dengan letak secara geografis yang sangat dekat, maka itu juga Indonesian opportunity, ya, Indonesian Australia opportunity. Saya kira itu yang ingin saya sampaikan, dan mudah-mudahan persahabatan Indonesia-Australia yang kadang-kadang disebut oleh teman-teman sebagai hubungan yang benci tapi rindu, itu bisa lebih cair kembali, dan sekarang adalah momentum yang tepat untuk kita bersama-sama bangkit setelah recovery pandemi. Sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bapak Cepi Hakim. Terima kasih sekali lagi kami ucapkan. Kita boleh sekali lagi berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah. Ya, untuk berikutnya masih ada penanggap dalam panel yang pertama ini terkait dengan Australia's Tourism Policy, dan untuk memberikan tanggapan saya akan mengundang Kepala Pusat Studi Australia Universitas Nasional Dr. Hari Darmawan S. Hum MSI yang saat ini dari tahun 2021 sampai sekarang menjabat sebagai Head of Center for Australian Studies UNAS, juga merupakan dosen International Relations Program Faculty of Social and Politics Universitas Nasional. Kemudian juga sudah sering menjadi keynote speaker dan moderator dalam berbagai seminar dan workshop. Latar belakang pendidikan, doctoral degree dari Universitas Pajajaran, program International Relations. Langsung saja kita berikan kesempatan dan kita sambut dengan tepuk tangan yang meriah Bapak Dr. Hari Darmawan, Kepala Pusat Studi Australia Universitas Nasional. Silakan Bapak.
Thank you Mbak Mia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Para peserta baik yang bergabung dalam ruangan ini maupun yang tergabung dalam Zoom. Saya simak tadi ada 300 lebih yang tergabung dalam Zoom. Itu merupakan capaian atau prestasi yang luar biasa dan saya apresiasi kegiatan Australia Update tahun 2022 ini. Mungkin dalam tanggapan saya tidak akan terlalu berpanjang lebar karena tadi Miss Palmer sudah menjelaskan beberapa opportunity, begitupun juga Bapak Cepi Hakim sudah menjelaskan sebenarnya garis besar apa yang sudah dipahami oleh Australia dan Indonesia. Saya ingin menambahkan sedikit, apabila Australia dan Indonesia memiliki target baik itu dalam bidang tourism, kemudian education dan lain-lain, maka kita langkah awalnya adalah harus saling mengenal. Teman-teman baik yang di ruangan ini maupun yang di Zoom perlu mengetahui bahwa di Indonesia itu setidaknya ada 81 universitas maupun sekolah tinggi maupun institut yang memiliki kurikulum Australia Indonesia dalam pembelajarannya. Itu yang pertama. Kemudian yang kedua, tadi baik Pak Dubes maupun Pak Cepi juga sudah katakan bahwa di Australia itu ada Indonesia Center di top universitasnya di mereka. Tapi kemudian di Indonesia baru satu dan itu di Universitas Nasional. Maka ke depan kami harapkan tentu mudah-mudahan ada kolaborasi disupport oleh pemerintah maupun non pemerintah, kemudian tergabung beberapa universitas ke depan bisa membuat Australian Study Center. Misal tiap provinsi atau tiap kabupaten kota itu ada satu kampus yang memiliki pusat studi Australia. Kenapa langkah itu harus kita lakukan? Karena sebelum kita jalan-jalan misalnya ke Australia ataupun orang Australia jalan-jalan ke Indonesia, langkah pertama adalah perlu mengenal mereka. Secara historis, Australia dan Indonesia sudah memiliki hubungan yang dimulai oleh pelaut, dalam hal ini maritim, bagaimana pelaut-pelaut dari Bugis Makassar itu memiliki koneksi yang sangat kuat dengan penduduk aborigin di pantai utara Australia. Ini terdapat dalam buku C.C. McKnight Voyage to Marege. Kemudian juga ada Ibu Rati Harjono menulis Australia suku putihnya Asia. Nah, tapi teman-teman yang menjadi miris adalah setelah era kekinian sedikit sekali literasi yang ditulis oleh akademisi Indonesia maupun para mahasiswa Indonesia mengenai hubungan Australia-Indonesia maupun untuk tahu siapa itu Australia. Saya mungkin di sini kalau misalnya saya tanya teman-teman ibu kota Australia apa? Gitu. Atau ibu kota negara bagian Australia itu apa? Itu. Apakah teman-teman tahu bahwa ibu kota Australia itu adalah Australian Capital Territory di mana ada Canberra, atau teman-teman hanya mengetahui Sydney sebagai ibu kotanya? Nah, mungkin itu yang menjadi turning point saya bahwa penyelenggaraan Australia Update tahun ini adalah penyelenggaraan keempat. Pertama itu ada di UGM, kemudian Hasanuddin, kemudian UNAS, dan juga kemudian tahun ini di Undiknas. Ayo teman-teman Undiknas, setelah event ini, setelah kegiatan ini, kita akan berbuat apa selanjutnya? Itu yang penting buat kita semua. Dan yang pertama adalah kita harus mengenal Australia. Siapa Australia? Siapa orang-orang Australia? Siapa penduduk Australia? Seperti apa pemerintahan Australia? Baru kemudian kita berbicara mengenai langkah-langkah seperti kerjasama tourism, kemudian juga kerjasama pendidikan, dan juga lain-lain. Tadi narasumber Ibu Palmer sudah menjelaskan target-target dan itu kita sangat senang dan kita sangat siap bersama-sama untuk menerima kolaborasi dari pemerintah Australia untuk meningkatkan kembali hubungan Australia-Indonesia lewat tourism, lewat kerjasama penerbangan dan juga pendidikan yang akan dan harus kita lakukan segera dan lebih cepat, lebih baik misalnya di tahun depan. Mungkin itu aja yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih, selamat siang. Nanti kita bisa lanjutkan dalam sesi tanya jawab. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bapak Dr. Hari atas tanggapannya. Kita akan memasuki sesi tanya jawab. Kami persilakan adik-adik yang mengikuti secara offline untuk menyampaikan pertanyaan dan juga kepada peserta yang mengikuti acara ini secara virtual kami undang untuk bisa menyampaikan pertanyaan lewat kolom chat. Silakan menulis nama, asal kampus atau institusi dan langsung pertanyaannya ditujukan kepada siapa. Sekali lagi kami mempersilahkan yang ikut secara virtual. Tadi yang disebutkan Pak Dr. Hari betul sekali ada lebih dari 300 yang ikut dari pagi ya Pak, jadi menunjukkan antusiasme dan semangat untuk mengikuti acara kita hari ini. Kami persilakan bagi yang ingin menyampaikan pertanyaan di kolom chat, silakan langsung menulis nama, institusi dan juga pertanyaannya ditujukan kepada siapa. Silakan. Adik-adik yang ikut secara langsung kami persilakan untuk memberikan pertanyaan. Boleh pertanyaan dalam bahasa Indonesia, boleh pertanyaan dalam bahasa Inggris. Silakan. Oke, ada 2 penanya untuk yang di Zoom. Belum ada, sambil kita menunggu, saya berikan kepada adik-adik yang 2 ini, silakan. Boleh bisa maju. Diberi semangat dulu, betul Ibu, terima kasih Bu. Silakan bisa maju.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. So, I'm Devi. I'm from communication major in Undiknas University. For the first things that you have to know, my English is not really good, but I want to try to give the question in English. So, this question I want to give for our first speaker. So as we know, tourism is one of our sector that has a contributor for visitor come to our countries, Indonesia, especially in Bali, and then in Australia. So the talking about tourism, I think it's not about the environment and then views, culture or identity which is unique that other countries don't have. So beside that, I think the most important for increasing the tourism is about collaboration with others than from inside or with outside. And then it's mean there are adult, children, and then teenager. So now I want to ask about how much the involvement of the teenager. So for increase the tourism and then for face the challenge which is about the threat of the tourism. So that's about my first question. The second question I want to ask, what is the threat for our tourism which is in Bali or Indonesia and then in Australia, because we never know about the most important that we want to do as a teenager. So I ask about that because I know if we cannot do a great things, let's we do a small thing in a great way. So what is the small thing that we have to know and we have to do right now? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Devi. One more question, silakan.
Right, good morning everyone. My name is Nico. I'm from Business Management major, class of 2021. I have a question from Ms. Palmer. Good morning, Ms. Palmer from Bali. My question is, first of all, I'm really excited about this session because this talking about tourism, which is, I have also a background in tourism tourism sector. My question is, I was wondering about the tourism in Australia during the COVID-19, because we know the COVID-19 is really strike, especially in Bali, in Indonesia, and it's really affect the tourism, and also like most of the people in Bali in Indonesia has lost their job, has lost their like income, including me. I also get affected from COVID-19, like I lost my job. I was working in the travel agency in Canggu, Bali before get redundant because of the COVID-19. So I was wondering about how Australia dealing with the COVID situation. Maybe we can like share each other so we know and we can learn together like how the better step in case the next pandemic comes, so we can prepare ourselves. I think that's all my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Devi and Nico. Ibu Samantha, are you still here with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so there are two questions for you from our students here, Devi and also Nico. The first question from Devi is talking about tourism. It needs collaboration from many sectors and a lot of parties collaborating together to support tourism. How about the role of teenager or younger generation? What are the small things that they can do to contribute or participate when we are talking about tourism?
Thank you. That's such a great question. I really appreciate it. Very thoughtful. So really, this is something we are grappling with in Australia, because without young people choosing to work in tourism, choosing a career in tourism, tourism can't achieve the level of demand. So our biggest challenge right now is there are more businesses that want to meet consumer demand but can't because they don't have workers. And a lot of young teenagers and young people are choosing different jobs because COVID made their parents worried that they might lose their job quickly in the future. And tourism jobs are often they're often seasonal, they often don't pay as well, and they often ask people to work at very challenging times of the day and night. And sometimes in COVID, people haven't been very kind to each other, and so if you're in service jobs, it has been quite difficult if your supervisor, if your business hasn't supported you, your staff, in terms of being abused if people won't wear masks and that sort of thing, which is an issue in Australia. I don't think really is such an issue in Indonesia. But what can young people do? So we know that to meet our carbon net zero targets, to maintain the beauty and the landscape that we all have in the world and the quality of air, and to reduce climate change, young people are very important because they've had a very strong focus on sustainable tourism, on tourism that has very low levels of impact on the environment. And so being really demanding as a young tourist and making it clear how important that is to you will help drive continued demand, and that means that we're more assured to reduce the impact of climate change and other degradation into the future.
Thank you so much, Ibu Samantha. And there's another question from Nico, specifically talking about how did Australia deal with COVID-19 situation, especially talking about tourism sector. So Nico hopes that we can share our experience together about that particular COVID-19 situation.
Yeah, sure. So the government had a number of different policies. We closed our borders and stopped people coming in and out. It meant a lot of Australians couldn't come home, which was quite challenging as a way of managing health. And therefore, the government paid what we call JobKeeper. So they paid all the businesses that were operating funding to keep their staff connected to that business. And they had a series of other capital upgrades and support programs. So for instance, a lot of restaurants were able to replace their furniture, paint their walls, improve their accessibility over that period because there weren't any customers, and they had time, they had staff being paid by the government through JobKeeper. and so they could do that work. So they helped improve the base of those businesses. We had programs to support zoos and aquariums because they rely on international tourists, so we paid them a proportion of money over the course of the period, $145 million Australian. We paid travel agents, wholesalers and tour operators who had no business. We gave them a $250 million worth of payments over the course of that on top of the JobKeeper. And then we provided some funding into regions where they were most affected by international tourists. So they got money to produce new products, to build their capability, and to campaign and attract domestic tourists into those locations. There were 10 of those regions in Australia. They got $50 million between them. And then we had another program running for business events to encourage businesses to travel. So we paid grants of up to $100,000 for businesses to attend business-to-business events. That program is still running. That was $56 million. And then we had a few other programs as well. So we focused on specific sectors in particular. And then we had a broad JobKeeper program, which if you Google is very very clear, and it was a very significant investment by the government to keep people employed and connected to their workplaces.
Thank you, Ibu Samantha, for your answer. I know that you have to leave soon. Can I just ask one last question for you? There are two questions, and I'd like to combine these questions for you. There are two questions on a chat box from one of the lecturer here at our University Undiknas, from Arya Diatmika, and also it is actually related to question asked by Ali. The question is, I agree with the diversification strategy. In a transactional context, on the consumer side, of course, there are views from different perspectives. Do you have any ideas for diversifying Indonesian tourism products, especially Bali, and even beyond Bali to Lombok, according to Ali's question? Ibu, please.
So great question as well. We have the same challenges. So I think Bali is loved by Australians because it's a very competitive market. It has fantastic resorts and beaches. People love the culture, the Bali people and the Bali culture. It's the cost of living in Bali in terms of hospitality, for instance, is very competitive compared in Australia, and there's a range of reasons for that. But I think that the opportunities that you have with the new development to really attract higher value, higher yield tourists, not just from Australia but from other parts of the world into Indonesia is really great. You have a very beautiful culture of your own in your country and amazing local level products that could be harnessed, I think, and they were talking about that certainly at the APEC meeting that I went to about those opportunities. But also you're very well known for your service culture and your spas and your well-being products, which are also, you know, really high quality and therefore very attractive as well. So fantastic combination of relaxation, culture, entertainment, leisure, nature. And so it's just, I think, broadening. As for us, how do we broaden our market? We often get really good at one particular product or market. So for instance, Australian beaches are particularly really well known as well. And we see that for instance, Virgin Australia has a product where it's encouraging people to go and surf in Bali and then surf in Australia. So combining products where we know people might have shared interests and it's expensive to get into our region from another region, so from Europe or the Americas, and there's more we can do to collaborate around finding like interests and attracting visitors on itineraries that visit both of our countries rather than just going to one or the other, which is very common when you travel to Europe. I'm sure you go to many countries, not just to one in particular.
Thank you very much, Ibu Samantha. Once again, let's give a big round of applause for Ibu Samantha. Before you leave this session, we would like to take a screenshot of us here together to have this hybrid format. Can the operator help me? Bapak yang ini kameranya. Kita foto sebentar, Bapak. Once again. One, two, three. Thank you very much, Samantha Palmer. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you, and we wish you all the best for your next agenda. Thank you very much for sharing with us today. Baik, terima kasih. Kita akan lanjut, izin Bapak kurang lebih 10-15 menit lagi untuk sesi tanya jawab. Ada beberapa pertanyaan yang mungkin bisa diberikan pandangan dari Bapak Cepi dan juga Pak Hari. Seperti tadi disampaikan bahwa selain kita membahas tentang tourism, ini ada juga pertanyaan-pertanyaan terkait tantangan antara hubungan bilateral Indonesia dan juga Australia. Terutama di sini banyak kita tahu dengan penggunaan sosial media saat ini, bagaimana menyikapi hal tersebut? Ini pertanyaan dari Akbar Setie Satya Dharma dan juga pertanyaan dari Dedi Purnawan. Silakan Bapak.
Baik, terima kasih. Tantangan dalam hubungan antar dua negara itu banyak sekali ya, dan dengan kemajuan media sosial dan kemajuan kecepatan informasi yang bergulir, maka tidak mustahil akan banyak muncul perbedaan-perbedaan interpretasi atau perbedaan-perbedaan opini. Tetapi kalau kita fokus kepada masalah-masalah ekonomi, mungkin akan menjadi lebih mudah melihatnya. Akan tetapi kalau kita sudah masuk ke domain politik, maka tantangan itu akan meningkat lebih tajam. Sekali lagi saya ingin menggarisbawahi bahwa barrier kita sebagai negara yang dekat, yang sangat dekat, ya, tetangga yang terdekat, itu adalah bahasa dan culture. Dan kita tahu bahwa perbedaan bahasa bisa menyebabkan perbedaan interpretasi, dan perbedaan budaya juga memiliki potensi yang besar untuk menimbulkan dispute dalam beberapa hal. Sekali lagi dalam bidang-bidang ekonomi, budaya dan lain sebagainya lebih mudah untuk bisa diatasi. Akan tetapi kalau kita masuk ke wilayah politik, maka itu menjadi tantangan yang cukup serius. Sebagai contoh saja bahwa misalnya belakangan ini muncul AUKUS misalnya. AUKUS kita banyak orang Indonesia belum mengerti sepenuhnya apa yang sebenarnya terjadi. Walaupun dipahami bahwa AUKUS itu adalah merupakan salah satu respon dari perkembangan global, di mana penjurunya adalah US-China trade war, kemudian ada Rusia-Ukraina war, kemudian ada isu Taiwan, kemudian ada isu South China Sea dan lain sebagainya. Nah, hal-hal seperti inilah yang patut diwaspadai oleh Indonesia dan Australia bersama-sama untuk melihat persoalan-persoalan ini lebih jernih dan lebih kepada, sekali lagi, hubungan yang baik antara kedua negara yang saya tekankan tadi bahwa sebagai tetangga terdekat kita tidak punya pilihan lain kecuali untuk bersahabat. kasih.
Baik, terima kasih, kita berikan tepuk tangan. Terima kasih Pak Cepi Hakim. Berikutnya ada juga pertanyaan yang bisa dijawab oleh Bapak Dr. Harry. Nah, di sini Pak, tadi Bapak menyampaikan bahwa ke depan harus ada yang dilakukan setelah dari event ini, kemudian harus ada tindak lanjutnya. Hal-hal seperti apa atau kegiatan-kegiatan strategi seperti apa yang bisa terus dilakukan Pak, terutama dalam konteks tourism, pariwisata, maupun konteks-konteks lainnya dan juga bisa melibatkan generasi muda. Silakan Pak.
Thank you, Pak. Jadi tadi saya mencoba menjawab secara umum. Tadi ada beberapa pertanyaan sebelumnya untuk teman-teman mahasiswa gitu yang tertarik untuk gabung atau misalnya aktif dalam komunitas Australia Indonesia, itu ada namanya Australia Indonesia Youth Association. Ya, teman-teman bisa bergabung di situ dan itu cukup aktif, rutin mengadakan kegiatan dan juga membuka internship. Kemudian yang kedua, Australia cukup sering, sangat sering bahkan membuka pendidikan-pendidikan short course dalam bidang industri kreatif, termasuk bagaimana pelatihan misal dalam tourism, bahasa, teknologi dan lain-lain. Nah, ini belum banyak dimanfaatkan oleh teman-teman dari Indonesia. Jadi ke depan sebenarnya harapannya teman-teman Indonesia ini bisa lebih aktif gitu kan, memanfaatkan berbagai macam komunitas, kemudian institusi yang itu dibuat dan kemudian dielaborasi oleh Australia dan Indonesia agar kemanfaatannya menjadi seimbang. Mahasiswa Australia cukup aktif. Tadi mereka ada di Colombo Plain, kemudian ada namanya ACICIS gitu kan. Itu diinisiasi oleh advisor kita, Profesor David Reeve dari UNSW. Itu mahasiswa Australia belajar selama 2 minggu sampai 3 minggu. Nah kan seru kalau misalnya selama 2-3 minggu itu mereka ditemani dan didampingi oleh teman-teman mahasiswa. Gitu. Jadi di situ ada pertukaran budaya, pertukaran bahasa gitu kan, sehingga konektivitas komunikasi terus terjalin ke depan, maka otomatis target-target tourism dan lain-lain itu akan semakin mudah kita capai. Jadi ke depan nggak perlu misalnya nunggu kapan, segera gitu. Mereka ada websitenya, mereka ada akun media sosialnya, Instagramnya, Twitternya, Facebooknya, sampai dengan TikToknya, itu harus teman-teman manfaatkan. Karena sekali lagi hal-hal tersebut dimanfaatkan oleh mahasiswa dan pemuda-pemudi Indonesia masih sangat minim. Itu mungkin tanggapan saya. Terima kasih Mbak.
Terima kasih, kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Bapak Dr. Hari. Terima kasih banyak Pak atas sharing dan juga memberikan tanggapan dalam sesi ini. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati yang hadir secara langsung maupun secara virtual, kami informasikan bahwa kita sudah ada di akhir untuk panel yang pertama, dan di panel kedua nanti akan ada para pembicara dan juga moderator masih dengan topik pembahasan yang menarik, yang spesifik yang akan membahas update on aviation industry in Australia. Mohon izin juga kami ingatkan Bapak Ibu akan mendapatkan e-sertifikat setelah mengisi link kehadiran sebanyak 2 kali. Setelah ini kami akan tampilkan link kehadiran dan juga akan di-share di kolom chat. Mohon Bapak Ibu bisa mengisi link kehadiran 2 kali setelah ini sebelum makan siang dan juga nanti setelah selesai sesi panel ketiga. Kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk para pembicara dan juga penanggap dalam sesi ini. Terima kasih. Tadi ada Ibu Samantha Palmer, kemudian ada Bapak Cepi Hakim dan juga ada Bapak Dr. Hari Darmawan yang sudah bersama-sama kita berdiskusi terkait dengan update on Australia's tourism policy. Sudah dibahas terkait Australia Domestic Travel Recovery, Thrive 2030, Australia's National Strategy for the Visitor Economy, kemudian tadi juga sempat disampaikan apresiasi atas G20 Tourism Ministers Meeting, dan juga Pak Cepi tadi sudah membahas tentang secara umum hubungan bilateral Indonesia dan Australia, juga membahas tentang aviation sebagai bagian penting ya Pak ya dalam ketika kita membahas tentang pariwisata, dan di panel kedua nanti Pak akan spesifik membahas terkait dengan aviation. Kemudian Pak Dr. Hari juga tadi sudah menyampaikan hal-hal yang bisa dilakukan oleh generasi muda, kegiatan ke depannya, sekaligus juga sebagai satu-satunya ya Pak ya pusat studi Australia yang ada di Indonesia. Jadi Bapak Ibu, adik-adik yang tertarik bisa nanti juga menghubungi para narasumber lebih lanjut untuk bisa berdiskusi bersama. Demikian akhir dari panel yang pertama ini. Saya Mia sebagai moderator mengucapkan terima kasih atas partisipasi adik-adik mahasiswa yang aktif dan juga Bapak Ibu yang sangat aktif. Saya lihat di kolom chat masih banyak pertanyaan Bapak, tapi izin karena waktu, silahkan nanti bergabung kembali dalam sesi panel kedua. Saya kembalikan kepada MC Om Santi Om.
Oke, thank you very much Miss Mia, Bapak Hari dan juga Bapak Capi Hakim. Selanjutnya adalah we want to invite all of you guys to join our quizzes. We have 3 sessions of quizzes. Each session, we choose 2 winners who get internet plan 100,000 rupiah per winner. Okay, are you ready guys? Ready? Are you ready guys? For joining our quizzes, are you ready? Okay, ready. Okay, please welcome our host today, Dewa Ayu from International Class Universitas Pendidikan Nasional, and Kate Lingley from Australia Indonesia Youth Exchange Program 2022. Please give applause for our host today, Dewa Ayu and Kate Lingley from Australia.
Oke, thank you Yuni. Yang di sini mana suaranya teman-teman? Kurang. Mana suaranya teman-teman? Oke, udah pada siap untuk ikut kuis pada hari ini? Oh siap dong. Kurang kencang, siap semuanya? Oke, jadi perkenalkan saya Dewa Ayu di sini sebagai host kuis pada pagi hari ini yang akan memandu kuis. Jadi kuis di sini itu cuma seputar tentang Australia dan Indonesia also. Jadi kalian tenang aja, nggak bakal ada kuis tentang fisika, kimia ataupun matematika. Jadi kalian relax, santai karena ini kuis like a game, a simple games. Jadi kalian bisa menyiapkan telepon kalian dari sekarang ya. Jadi oke, kita sudah berhubung dengan host partner saya itu Kate. Halo Kate. Halo Kate. Are you here? Okay, hello Kate. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Are you ready to be my host partner today?
Absolutely.
Okay, you should introduce yourself first before start our quizzes.
Yes, so hi everyone. My name is Kate Langley. I'm from Adelaide, South Australia, and I'm an Australia-Indonesia Youth Exchange Program delegate. So I'm spending 6 weeks working with Indonesian youth and Australian youth to better form our relationships. So we do have a quiz. It's general knowledge on Australian and Indonesian fun facts. It'll be multiple choice for a lot of the questions, and you can do it on your phone or your laptop. We'll have the website. Do we have it up on the screen for them?
Ya, oke. Thank you, Kate. And then sebelumnya, apa kalian tahu cara untuk buka dari quizzes.com? Apa kalian udah pernah kuis lewat quizzes? Oke. Oke, yang online juga apa mungkin udah atau belum menggunakan quizzes sebelumnya? Jika belum, akan saya informasikan. Jadi kalian gampang banget untuk ikut kuis ini. Kalian tinggal ketik quizzes.com atau kuis di smartphone kalian. Jadi pertama-tama kalian bisa siapkan smartphone kalian dan pastikan sudah terhubung dengan wifi dan juga data internet. Oke? Jika sudah, kalian bisa lihat tampilan paling atas itu ada quizzes. Kalian bisa langsung klik aja, ya. Kalian langsung klik aja quizzes yang ada di atas, lalu masukkan kode yang sudah tertera on the screen, ya. Jadi kalian bisa langsung masukkan kodenya 245029. Ya, boleh Ibu, boleh ikut silakan. Oke. Gimana teman-teman, udah yang di rumah juga udah siap? Belum, oke. Iya, jadi kuis ini tuh kuis simple aja, simple games, dimana ini tuh tentang pengetahuan kalian tentang Australia ataupun Indonesia. Jadi kalian nggak perlu takut atau serius banget. Dan perlu saya ingatkan kembali, untuk pemenang kuis akan mendapatkan pulsa sebesar 100.000 ataupun data internet. Jadi itu lumayan banget, kalian ayo ikut semuanya, ikut. Jadi disiapkan 100.000 hadiah itu untuk 2 pemenang, yaitu 1 pemenang dari offline dan tentunya juga dari online. Jadi kalian harus ikut ya, biar nggak rugi kita nyiapin hadiah di sini. Time's yours, Kate. Okay, guys.
Yeah. So for all the English speakers, basically you can scan the QR code and it'll take you straight to the quiz. Otherwise, you can put in joinmyquiz.com and enter the game code. So we've got 245029 as the game code. After entering the code, don't forget to provide your real full name. So it'll make it easier to see who the winners are. And the winners, there'll be 2 winners for each section, and they'll get credit of internet data of 100,000 rupiah.
Oke, jadi teman-teman setelah memasukkan kode atau scan barcode yang ada di depan, kalian bisa langsung tulis nama asli kalian, jangan nama aneh-aneh. Jadi nama asli kalian, biar kalau kalian menang misalkan, uangnya bisa langsung kalian dapetin. Jadi kalau misalkan nama kalian bukan nama asli kalian, nanti uangnya malah diambil sama orang yang namanya ikut-ikutan nama kalian ya. Oke, teman-teman semuanya udah ready? Aduh, mana suaranya lemes banget. Udah ready? Okay, are you ready, Kate? Oke, sekarang kita mulai aja ya dari hitungan 3. 3, 2, 1. Ayo guys, siapa? Go. Ayo, di sini masih 0-0 semua ya, lagi berpikir untuk jawab. Ayo guys, 100.000 di depan kalian. Ayo teman-teman, keep fokus. Siapa juara satunya akan langsung dapat hadiah teman-teman. Jadi keep fokus. Wow. Oke, di sini saling salip menyalip ya teman-teman ya. Ayo dong, semangat semangat. Ade Pramesti. Ayo Ade, semangat semangat. Ayo. Siapa ini? Juara 1 dan 2-nya. Masih salib menyalip rupanya ya. Dan ini ada juga teman-teman kita yang baru-baru join. Apakah juara satunya akan disalib? Sudah disalib. Oke, jadi sudah selesai kuisnya. Gimana teman-teman, susah atau gampang? Gampang atau susah? Oh gampang, oke. Bapak bisa dilihatkan kembali untuk screen-nya. Ternyata masih ada. Bisa diakhiri aja Pak ya, biar langsung tahu pemenangnya. Oke, jadi pemenangnya ada Lutfia Firda dan yang kedua ada Akila. Kasih tepuk tangan semua teman-teman yang ada di sini. Jadi untuk pemenangnya bisa langsung ketik nomor telepon di chat box dan email kalian. Nanti bakal kita kirimkan langsung hadiahnya 100.000 berupa pulsa dan atau internet data. Jadi congratulations buat teman-teman yang sudah menang dan sudah mengikuti kuis. Terima kasih. Lanjut kepada MC Yuni dan Go. Ari.
Okay guys, that's all mini games dan quiz yang tadi sudah dipandu oleh Dewa Ayu dan juga Kate Langley dari Australia. And then we have a lunch break karena waktu sudah menunjukkan waktunya makan siang. Okay, before lunch break, please fill the list the first of attendance. And let me inform again that a certificate will be provided to participants who attend all sessions by filling the list of attendance twice before lunch break and after the end of the panel 3. A certificate will be sent directly to your email. Thank you.
Baik, setelah ini kita akan istirahat makan siang. Kepada para undangan kami persilakan menikmati makan siang di lounge dan untuk para peserta mahasiswa dipersilakan untuk menikmati makan siang di sekitaran kampus. Kami informasikan kembali dimohonkan untuk mengisi link hadiran selama 2 kali yaitu sebelum istirahat makan siang dan setelah sesi ketiga. Sertifikat akan dikirimkan kepada para peserta yang telah mengirim link hadiran selama 2 kali dan akan dikirimkan ke email masing-masing peserta. Demikian informasi yang disampaikan, terima kasih.
Okay, then for the student, you can take your lunch and enjoy it around the campus. And please be returned to this room at 1 p.m. to continue the second panel.
Kami mohon kehadiran para peserta untuk kembali setelah istirahat makan siang pukul 13.00 WITA untuk mengikuti sesi kedua. Terima kasih.
Okay guys, have a lunch and enjoy your lunch and don't forget to scan this QR code. If you don't scan, you don't have your A certificate. So please return in this room at 1 p.m. to continue the second panel. Thank you, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Okay, please have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our second agenda, update on aviation industry in Australia. All presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, saat ini kita akan menuju sesi kedua dengan tema update kondisi industri penerbangan di Australia.
Okay, allow me to read his short bio. Agus Freddy Maradona, PhD. Occupation academic at Universitas Pendidikan Nasional. Current academic position, Associate Professor. In 2018, University Education Doctor of Philosophy or PhD in Accounting and Corporate Governance, Macquarie University, Australia. The program was fully funded by the Australian government under the Australia Award Scholarship 2013 until 2017. He has recent research project in 2021, building innovative capability and economic resilience in micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. And then in 2021, main commodities, products, and business of Bali's micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise in 2021. In 2019, the role of external auditor in fighting corruption.
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, mari kita sambut moderator kita Bapak Agus Freddy Maradona PhD selaku Vice Rector for Partnership and Entrepreneurship Undiknas Denpasar. Kepada moderator dipersilakan.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody, distinguished participants of the Australia Update 2022. Welcome back to the session, and especially welcome to the second panel of the Australia Update 2022. The topic of this panel is update on aviation industry in Australia, and with us today are two distinguished speakers, and I will be introducing them to you shortly. So everybody, I believe that everyone understands that the aviation industry is closely linked to the tourism industry, and the one cannot exist without the other. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, where tourism businesses had to slow down, had to come to its halt, and so did the aviation industry. And now that the economy, the tourism sector has started to recover, although it's a slow recovery, I've seen that the aviation industry has started also to getting better. But what's more important is that there are issues about the aviation industry, in particular in relation to the tourism industry in Indonesia, in which one of those issues is the soaring prices of flight ticket and so on. So we attempt to tackle these issues, and I'm sure that our speakers will be able to share with us their views regarding what are the states of the aviation industry and its relationship with the tourism industry, both in Indonesia and in Australia. So I would like to introduce our first speaker. He is representing Garuda Indonesia in Australia, Mr. Roger Byrne. Mr. Roger Byrne is the sales manager of Garuda Indonesia in Australia. And our second speaker is Ms. Miriam Tulevsky. Ms. Tulevsky is a marketer specialist in Australia and marketer specialist in Australian and Indonesian tourism. So the speakers will be sharing their views. The first speaker, I'm sorry. I'd like to check whether everyone can hear me. All good, yeah. So the first speaker will be Mr. Roger Byrne. And before Mr. Byrne shares his views, I would like to shortly introduce Mr. Byrne. So Mr. Byrne is the sales manager of Garuda Indonesia, and he's based in Australia. And prior to his current position, he was with Qatar Airways and also with other companies such as the Aerius Travel Company, and also with Travel Scene American Express and the Concord International Travel Group. So I think Mr. Byrne is already here.
I am, thank you.
Thank you. I hope you are well, Mr. Byrne. And you have 20 minutes in this session, Mr. Byrne, so the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Selamat siang, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of our General Manager, Australia Southwest Pacific, Pak Purwa. I'm going to try and share my screen. Technology isn't the greatest one of my assets, but I think I can do this here. Can you see my screen?
Yes, all here.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So yeah, thank you very much and welcome. I'll start today by just giving you an idea of what I'm going to talk about. We're going to start with some key economic indicators here in Australia, moving on to some passenger traffic indicators and some global trends on aviation. From there, I want to move into our airline schedules to Indonesia from Australia, both from a Garuda Indonesia perspective and, of course, our competitors. I'd like to just share with you the distribution market in Australia, how our product is distributed. Look at the different market segments that relate to Indonesia. Look at the tourism industry challenges in Australia, and look at what we need to do to develop tourism for Indonesia. So let's look at the key economic indicators in Australia, and I've got these from this comparison from November 2022 versus December 2019. These key economic indicators have been released by the Reserve Bank of Australia, so they have great credibility. Everything you can see in the green box is the current situation, and obviously below that is the situation, the comparative situation in December 2019. Our cash rate has gone up from 0.75% to 2.85%. Our economic growth has stepped up 1.2%. Inflation has obviously gone up in relation to those two previous indicators. Our unemployment rate has decreased from 5% in 2019 down to 3.5% currently. And our economic growth is, employment growth is at 5.4%. Wages growth is at 2.6%. Our average earnings are $1,344 per week as opposed to $1,304. Net foreign liabilities have sharply decreased down to 37.5%. And the little Aussie battler, as we call it, the Australian dollar, when comparing that to 2019, has dropped 5 basis points. So we're down to 64 cents. It has gone up slightly in the last couple of days, but I mean, there were periods 4 or 5 years ago when our Aussie dollar was up at 0.7, 0.79, 0.8. The next slide just is a worldwide indication of actual passenger traffic. It's measured in what we call RPKs. The aviation industry is an industry that is full of acronyms. We have ASAs, ASKs, OTPs, LBDs, RSKs. This is an RPK, and the RPK is how we measure revenue passenger kilometres, which is just a way of calculating the number of kilometres travelled by paying passengers. And this is just done by multiplying number of paying passengers by the distance that they travelled. You can see in January 2020, where we're starting off at 0, we went sharply down to minus 100% in April 2020. It has been slowly climbing. This is a worldwide trend. Sorry, these are worldwide stats. You can see that domestic growth has risen more sharply than the international. And currently, at the moment, we're probably sitting at about minus 20% for the domestic RPKs, and we're sitting at about minus 40% for the internationals. And that's really indicative too in Indonesia. I note that actual passenger traffic domestically has increased greatly. If I move on to the international and domestic recovery profile from 2019, and this goes all the way through to 2030, You can see that in 2020, the international went down to 26%, and domestic was at 49%. Climbed reasonably slowly in 2021, and in 2022 did start to increase. We have at the moment we're tracking at about 69% of where we were in 2019, sorry, internationally, and that domestic one is up to about 85%. You can see the growth. Domestic is due to get back to that 100% level probably at the end of 2023, whereas international is really going to take until about the end of 2024 to reach those numbers that we had in 2019. Asia Pacific status of recovery compared to April 2019. The line that I'd like you to really have a look at is the top one, and that is cargo. And you can see that all the way during the pandemic, the one part of our industry that really didn't suffer too much was cargo, because that was the only way that vaccines and anything COVID related was getting around. And because of the number of passenger flights that were cancelled, a lot of aircraft were used for cargo only. Where are we at the moment? If you look at cargoes at about 87% of where it was in January 2020. The number of flights is up to about 78%. Our domestic RPK is at about 45%, and the international is only down at 22%. So you can see there's a long way to go until we get back to the numbers of 2020. Just thinking about global trends now versus July 2021, you can see that international passenger demand is up by 150% and nearly 151%. Domestic passenger demand is only up 4% because it really hasn't taken as much of a dive. July global passenger demand is up 58.8% compared to 2021. So we really have taken some great steps in the last 12 to 15 months in returning to where we are. The next slide I'd like to go on to is just where we are in terms of Garuda Indonesia. And to put these flight schedules into perspective, in January 2020, Garuda Indonesia were operating up to 39 flights a week into Australia. That was a mix of flying into Perth, into Melbourne and into Sydney. During the pandemic times, we went down to one flight a week. It was a 777 that flew into Sydney every Wednesday morning, primarily carrying cargo, both in the belly, and we even brought in some aircraft where we were using a passenger aircraft on both the passenger floor and the cargo floor, bringing in cargo. Then slowly, our flights have increased. In March 2022, we went up to 2 flights a week to Sydney, then to 3, and in the last 2 weeks, we've just reintroduced our flights to Melbourne. By the middle of December, we'll be operating 7 flights a week. You can see that it's a good spread in Sydney, 2 Jakarta flights and 2 Bali flights. And Melbourne will start with two Jakarta flights and 1 Denpasar flight, and that will increase again up to 2 probably by early next year. So we are slowly ramping up. We're 7 flights a week at the moment, hopefully 8, and we are hoping that within the next 12 months they are going to get back to pre-pandemic levels or levels close thereto. What is interesting is to see where our competition is. So at the moment we are 7 flights a week at Garuda Indonesia. Qantas at the moment is operating 11 flights a week from Sydney, and that's a mix of Denpasar and Jakarta flights, and they're also operating a Melbourne Denpasar daily flight. Singapore Airlines, who are a big competitor, even though all of the flights out of Australia do have to go via Singapore initially, they have 2 a day that connect to Denpasar and Jakarta from Sydney, 3 a day that connect from Melbourne to Denpasar and Jakarta. The same can be said for Brisbane. Adelaide, there are daily flights that connect to Denpasar and Jakarta, and again double daily out of Perth. Malaysia Airlines operate a daily service at leave Sydney and Melbourne, both connecting to Denpasar and Jakarta. Virgin Australia, again, daily to Denpasar and daily to Denpasar from Sydney and Melbourne. And Jetstar, of course, they've been heavily back into the market. A daily Denpasar flight, daily Melbourne Denpasar flight, daily from Brisbane, daily from Adelaide, and 3 times a day from Perth. So you can see there is plenty of capacity, but we still are down on where capacity was before the COVID days. Looking at distribution in Australia, travel agents still play a very key role in our market. They contribute to over 82% of our total revenues. There are 4 key large travel agency groups in the Australian market, led by Flight Centre. They're not only an Australian brand, but they've now become an international brand, operating in South Africa, the UK, Europe and America. We have Hello World Travel, which is again a national form of distribution through their own ticketing centres, but also corporate and leisure travel agencies. We have the Consolidated Travel Group and the Express Travel Group. Sitting below those are 5 very key VFR, that's visiting friends and relative travel agents in our market. They primarily serve the Indonesian community, both from Australia and Indonesia. We have a very, very high, and now back to an increasing level of students in Australia. And those students travel and will book through these VFR agents, and their families will also book through them as well. However, the profile of our agency network in Australia has changed after the COVID period, with the closure of many agencies and reduction of 33% of our workforce through attrition and redundancies. And this really is creating a major headache in our industry, insofar as that the airlines and the industry cannot seem to find key staff to serve the market at the moment. If I'm looking at, where's my next slide? Sorry. Bang, why isn't that moving? Sorry, my next slide isn't moving on. If I was looking at the main market out of Australia for outbound traffic, the Bali market really consists of leisure travellers, family travellers, sporting travellers, wellness, groups and incentive travel, and of course weddings. The Jakarta market consists mainly of corporate, visiting friends and relatives, students, transit traffic, and a fairly big market here in Australia for Hajj and Umrah. Okay, I'm just going to stop the screen sharing at the moment because it seems to have gone quite funny. Bang. Sorry about this. Now, the changes and the challenges for the tourism industry in Australia. I've got 2 slides here. Firstly, how to price airline tickets. As you would probably be well aware, airlines have accrued more than $180 billion worth of debt in 2020. Now, these airlines, of course, have to make huge revenues in order to cover the losses. Airline tickets out of Australia are now up to 40% more expensive than the pre-pandemic times. And of course, the next consequence is the shortage of staff that I spoke of beforehand. Now, during the pandemic, the airlines and the travel management companies did have to terminate a lot of employees in order to reduce their costs and survive. This had serious repercussions now. This has had serious repercussions because we can't find the staff. A lot of the staff did leave the industry, whether it be airlines and TMCs. They went out and found other jobs. They have gone into all sorts of careers, and a lot of them just don't want to come back into the industry. Capacity to Indonesia is currently a lot less than it was in 2019, which is another challenge for us as we rebuild our flight services. And of course, in Australia, we're now entering a serious inflation period, and this has had a huge effect on the airline and aeronautical industry. Okay, again, some more challenges for us. elements that are impacting the industry and the world at the moment: climate awareness, inflation, obviously the war in Europe, and COVID-19. Another end result of this inflation is that the impact it's having on new aircraft deliveries and the return of aircraft from leasing companies. Manufacturers are experiencing delays in supply chain issues, and this is further delaying deliveries, and it's again hiking the prices of aircraft. As I said, the war in Ukraine is having a serious implication. Weaker economies, rising interest rates in Australia, and lack of consumer confidence is also influencing families' decisions to travel, especially overseas. And I think that this was also borne out by our earlier speaker from Australia this morning. The price of aviation fuel and gas is seriously impacting the industry as well, because that is being impacted by the war in the Ukraine, and aviation fuel and gas is again impacting the profitability and the price of airline tickets. Looking forward to developing tourism for Indonesia. Garuda Indonesia, including CityLink, is continuously improving its network coverage in the domestic, especially to our tourism destinations. The government's policy to create a seamless tourism experience is certainly helpful, and one of those recent developments was the electronic visa on arrival, which has certainly improved things. Destination development in Indonesia does need participation from all stakeholders: airports, airport infrastructure for gates and departure lounges, local connectivity from international flights to other destinations apart from Denpasar and Jakarta, places like Sorong and Manado. Building the attractions at some of these destinations, and of course the branding of Tourism Indonesia at these destinations. We're looking to Indonesia to create international and domestic events and promoting things like the MotoGP, etc. And another key component is going to be the creation of sales missions down to Australia by the destination travel management companies, by the hotels, to update the industry and to promote to the frontline selling staff all that Indonesia offers for our passengers. These are some of the challenges. These are some of the things we're working on in conjunction with Tourism Indonesia. And I hope that's sort of given you a bit of an update. My apologies that the screen sharing just suddenly froze. I've got some sort of an issue here, but I do hope that that's given you an update. And thank you again for your time. And I will hand back to the moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Would you please a big round of applause to Mr. Byrne for such
well, thank you, and I'll apologize again for that.
That's all right. So such an excellent presentation. We learned the key updates of the aviation industry, particularly the data from Garuda and also the strategies taken by Garuda. But of course, there are questions regarding what has been presented by Mr. Byrne. But before participants can raise their questions, I would like to move forward to the second speaker in this session, which is Ms. Miriam Tulevsky. Is Ms. Tulevsky already here? Oh, yes. Before Ms. Tulevsky begins her presentation, I would like to shortly introduce Ms. Tulevsky to you. Ms. Tulevsky is, was head of Indonesia's National Tourism Office, Australia from 2016 to 2022. That position was a direct appointment by the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. So the scope of her responsibilities included strategic tourism marketing advice to government and industry, networking, PR, advertising campaign advice, trade cooperations with airlines, and travel wholesalers, sales missions, and exhibitions. I'm sure with her experience, Ms. Tulevsky has a lot to share with us in relation to the aviation industry and the tourism industry. So without further ado, Ms. Tulevsky, it's now your turn.
Thank you very much, Pa Agus, and a very warm welcome to all of our VIPs, to our students, to our my co-presenters. This is a fabulous opportunity. I want to thank the Embassy for this initiative and to have a focus on tourism. It's such an important economic driver, and it's something that everyone plays a part in, whether that's from a business perspective or a service perspective. So thank you. And finally, congratulations to Undiknas on your the third anniversary of your study centre. Congratulations. So I have a presentation. I will share my screen. Hopefully. Okay. Is my screen showing?
Yes, it's all here.
Great, thank you. So I will talk about the aviation industry in Australia, but I have a more narrow focus. I'm particularly interested in tourism growth to and within Indonesia. So my focus will be more on the movement of Australians up to Indonesia and some tourism, some strategic recommendations that areas where I believe there is growth opportunities now and into the future. So I'm going to cover 4 areas. I'm going to talk about the power of airlines when we're talking about aviation today, but airlines are critical for a country like critical for all countries, but for a country like Indonesia with so many islands, air travel is the fastest way to move high volumes of people around. I'll provide a short status update. Roger has already provided some of that information. I'd like to propose a 50-year vision for Indonesia. So looking way out into the future, how it could look, and propose some options for right now. Tourism revival now through to the end of 2024. Yeah, for tourism opportunities from now to the end of 2024. So let's have a look here at airlines. Airlines to a country like Indonesia, or an island like Bali, new super priority destinations like Flores and Medan, etc. Airlines bring volumes, high volumes of passengers. They bring revenue into the destination and they bring opportunity. We talk about volume. So looking at a couple of the types of aircrafts that are flying into Indonesia. Jetstar will soon launch a new Airbus Neo, and that has 232 passengers on that plane. Virgin's flying a 737-800, which has, I think it's a 737-800, which has around 174 passengers per plane. In 2019, there were 1.2 million arrivals into Bali on all of those planes. There is cruise traffic into Bali, but that's quite small in comparison to the airline traffic. So there were around about 8,000 flights into Bali, and I'm looking there at approximately 150 passengers per flight. So that's a lot of aircraft movement, a lot of flights landing there at Denpasar Airport. Airlines bring revenue. They bring passengers with their wallets full and their expectations high for a fabulous holiday. So data I saw recently from the 2019 passenger exit survey provided by the Ministry of Tourism is that Australians are spending $1,380 per person in Indonesia. And we all know that 90% of Australians only visit Bali. So what that means with the year of flights that occurred in Bali, this is pre-COVID, I'm estimating around almost 2 billion Australian dollars was brought into Bali to be split between Bali industry and their trade partners, people in the supply chain, businesses in the supply chain. So one flight on average can deliver approximately 2 billion rupiah into the local economy, again shared with trade partners. But the more of that revenue that can be pushed down into the community So this is the dispersal, and this is the opportunity, which is the next point. The more we can motivate travellers to visit local businesses and motivate travellers to get out into the community, they then go spending in those communities. And data I saw from BNI showed that 80% of that revenue can stay in the local community if it is spent with local businesses and in that local community. So tourism can provide direct economic impact to even the smallest business in the most remote location, so long as you can motivate that traveller to come to your destination and to come out to your business. With all of that great stuff for the destination that airlines bring, it's important to remember that airlines have choice, and airlines that are flying into Australia and airlines that are based in Australia looking at new destinations, they have a lot of choice, they have a lot of customers. So prior to COVID, there were 6.5 million Australians who took about 11 million short-term visits. So what that means is that some Australians are travelling overseas more than once. In fact, research that we've done previously shows that 56% of all Australian visitors into Bali are repeaters. So a traveller from Perth won't necessarily visit Indonesia one time per year. They might come 3 times per year. Even travellers from Bali and from Sydney and Melbourne may come to Bali twice a year, despite it being twice as long to get to Bali from the east coast. It takes about 3 hours, I think, from Perth up to Bali, and about 6 hours, 5.5, 6 hours from Sydney, Melbourne. And then Australians have, like anyone, 195 countries to visit. So there are a lot of actually, I'm going to go back again. Yeah, so there's a lot of choice. The travellers have a lot of choice, which means Indonesia and new Indonesian destinations have tremendous competition to attract these new routes in. So how do airlines choose where they want to fly? The inputs are very complex. I think as Roger explained, there are many inputs into the decision about where and why airlines fly to different destinations, but certainly the load factor, the demand for that destination is a key driver. So that means once an aircraft company with its limited number of aircraft decides to fly to a destination, how easy is it going to be to fill those seats, and whose job is it to fill those seats? In Australia before COVID, there were 140 tourism officers active in Australia promoting their destinations to Australian travellers. That 140 officers is a mix of international tourism officers and also domestic tourism officers. Because an Australian, me in Sydney for example, I could travel to Queensland, I could travel to Perth, I can travel domestically, or I can travel internationally. And everybody is competing for the Australian travel dollar, because Australians are high spenders overseas. Traditionally, Australians spend between $4,000 and $5,000 per overseas trip. In Indonesia, they're spending significantly less. So there are opportunities to grow that revenue per passenger from Australia, and also in future target new markets, but we'll come to that in a moment. Certainly airlines are looking at revenue. What are they going to make per passenger? How profitable is that route? And whether the destinations are able to provide any incentives to motivate that airline to direct its aircraft into that destination. On the destination side, does the airport actually have capacity available to accept new aircraft at a time when Australians want to arrive? I mean, arriving in Bali at midnight or 2 o'clock, or any destination at 2 o'clock in the morning, is not something that travellers want to do, because you have to spend a night of accommodation for no enjoyment of the property and of the destination, and it feels like a little bit of a waste from the traveller perspective. So slots at times when people want to fly are also important. Roger mentioned some of the airlines that are flying at the moment into Indonesia. I list a few here. I also have Malindo and AirAsia who are flying, I believe, out of Perth And AirAsia is considering a new route into, well, not a new route, but re-establishing an old route back into Lombok, which would be fantastic. And Virgin Australia is considering a new origin route into Denpasar, but that will be from the Gold Coast in Australia, starting in about March next year, which is also fantastic. This is some analysis that I did in August this year. It shows the capacity from the different origins in Australia, and it shows where they're going. So Melbourne was the first, I believe Melbourne was the first city that had flights, Jetstar flights directly back into Denpasar. And they, so back in August, their volumes were quite high. Jakarta, as Roger mentioned, is strong for the visiting friends and relatives and corporate market. And Lombok was predicted to start in 2022 from Perth, so we show a few, 5,700 passengers there. That flight hasn't started yet, and I'm not quite sure when that is going to start, but hopefully within the next 12 months. And then market share from August, looking at the capacity that was available back then. Jetstar with over 53% of the market. AirAsia, Virgin, Qantas, Garuda. Again, these different airlines are offering a different level of service. A full service carrier like Garuda, a full service airline, Garuda, Qantas, maybe Virgin to a lesser extent, are offering meals and sometimes a higher baggage allowance. And then other carriers, you're paying for baggage, more for baggage, you're paying for meals. So a full service carrier versus a low cost carrier. And clearly the low cost carriers are the ones that are bringing the highest volume of passengers into Indonesia. I had a look online to see how the recovery was going, and I compared Indonesia to New Zealand and Thailand. And from January through September, there were almost 360,000 visits to Indonesia. I want to clarify here that the numbers that we see here from the Australian Bureau of Statistics and the numbers that were mentioned previously are actually visits. They're not people, they're not actual individuals, because one person can come twice. So these are visits. So Indonesia is sitting at 356,000, January to September in 2019, over 1 million. And we're at about 34% of what we were prior. New Zealand's tracking a few percentage points higher, 40%, and Thailand's about the same as well. So we're seeing a sort of a similar recovery rate, but certainly the demand into Bali is very strong. Talking about the future and opportunities for Indonesia, it's really important to recognise how long destination development takes. So if we think about Bali as a destination, and Bali's success didn't happen overnight. There were artists in Bali in the 1920s, and they started promoting Bali as a bohemian artistic enclave. Hotels, different operators. During the war years, there were some flights, or actually just after the war years, there were some very expensive flights through the hopping over to Europe that I believe would stop possibly in Bali, maybe in Surabaya. But it was 1969, I believe, that the first commercial passenger aircraft started from Jakarta and Bali into, I think it was into Sydney, and I believe it was Garuda. So 1969, that is over 50 years ago, when the very first airlines, commercial passenger airlines, started into Indonesia from Australia. Jakarta and Bali started at the same time, and those flights have now been resumed to some extent. Almost 50 years later, in 2013, a new route opened into Lombok. So that is just the third gateway into Indonesia from Australia. That was Jetstar that started in 2013, and it didn't work out for them, so they stopped that route. AirAsia they worked from 2013 to 2014, just 1 year. AirAsia commenced the Perth-Lombok route again in 2019. COVID stopped that, but we're hopeful that COVID will, we're hopeful that now post-COVID, more or less, that flight will resume back into Lombok, which will be superb for Indonesia because strategically, I believe that the market for Lombok is different from the audience, or the audience for Lombok is different from the audience for Bali. I believe the audience for Bali is it's very broad. It is the mass market. There is something for every kind of traveller in Bali, and Bali is already a very well developed destination, very used to receiving foreigners. Lombok, on the other hand, is a more family-friendly traveller and is a wonderful alternative, let's say, to Bali for passengers, travellers who've never been to Bali. And although 50% of Australians really love Bali, in research that we've done previously, 50% of Australians don't like Bali. That's mainly because they see a lot of negative imagery on the news, and that influences attitudes towards Bali, towards Indonesia, and those travellers don't come. So a destination like Lombok and many of Indonesia's other more, let's say, quieter destinations could have tremendous appeal to these new audiences. So it'll be fantastic when that new route gets back up into Lombok. But let's have a look at what a vision could look like for the next, say, 50 years. So for Bali, who knows where Bali is on its growth curve? I'd like to think that it will reach maturity and then there'll be a new horizon and Bali will continue to grow. And I think there are opportunities for that. But in areas like, I think we see Canggu, Seminyak, Legian, Kuta, the traffic in those areas, and even just to travel from Canggu to Kuta, even travelling now around Ubud, there is tremendous traffic congestion. So you have to ask how much more volume can those two destinations, those two areas within Bali sustain. There are opportunities, rather than increase the volume, to increase the spend, particularly, or to motivate travellers to spend more, to entice them with tours, with meals, with add-ons, with handicrafts, homewares, shopping, to motivate them to spend more in destination. So rather than increase the environmental impact on the destination and on those particularly congested areas, maintain the number, but increase the travel spend. The other opportunity in Bali is certainly dispersal. So that sort of southwest Bali area is quite developed. The very southern tip is still relatively undeveloped. The Karangasem area, the Buleleng area, West Bali National Park, these are areas that have tremendous opportunity for future growth and to bring some of those travellers into the destination out further within Bali. The next opportunity, one comment on Bali, some people might say Bali is already over-touristed. So if I am not mistaken, Bali is 4 times larger than Singapore and attracts 6 million international holiday makers each year. This is before COVID. Singapore attracts 20 million visits per annum, international visits per annum, and is only quarter of the size of Bali. So in terms of the physical size of Bali, it does have the capacity for an increased number of travellers, but the dispersal will be key to ensuring that growth is sustainable. I believe there are opportunities for Jakarta. Jakarta is at this stage predominantly a visiting friends and relatives and corporate market. I believe there's an opportunity to grow leisure travel into Jakarta. Jakarta has some fantastic stories with the Kota Tua area, the Ancol area, that North Jakarta, and certainly the art scene, the food scene, shopping in Jakarta is excellent. And to go into Jakarta, have a busy time, sort of a big city urban experience, and then to finish your holiday with a relaxing time in Bali or Lombok or Labuan Bajo or one of the new destinations is a really nice visit combination. So a future opportunity to consider. For Lombok, ideally I would like to see direct flights within the next 50 years, direct flights into Lombok from East Coast and West Coast Australia. And the same goes also for Flores and for Yogyakarta. Out of the capital cities in Australia, at least Sydney, Melbourne, possibly Adelaide and Perth. It's highly likely we'll get air travel back into Lombok in 22-23. And it'd be wonderful if within 2 years from that we could attract some East Coast attention as well from some of the airline partners. And while it's very ambitious, if we can focus, or if the ministry can focus on Labuan Bajo and start to get some growth happening in that destination, possibly offer some incentives to the airlines to increase traffic into Labuan Bajo. Labuan Bajo has some beautiful hotels already. Lombok also has plenty of hotels, accommodation suitable for the Australian traveller. Interestingly, I was in Lombok just last week and in the southern area, Kuta, where the MotoGP will be held, and I was surprised at all of the Spanish and Italian restaurants. Interestingly, in Kuta, there isn't right in the Kuta, the central area, there isn't one Indonesian restaurant that's considered sort of a great Indonesian restaurant in that area, which I was really surprised to hear. You have to travel a little north of the town, but the quality of the pizza is superb. The Mediterranean food there is superb. I was surprised. So in terms of growing traffic out, using a destination like Lombok as a hub for Australia, there is an opportunity there for European travellers, those Spanish who are coming down to Lombok, to potentially continue on to Australia, or to come into Australia, travel up to Lombok and then head back to Europe. Indonesia is actually a fantastic midway point between European or even American travellers who are visiting Australia. Because one of the perceived barriers of travelling to Australia for Europeans and Americans is the distance. Indonesia can help break that. So this is my dream, to maintain flights into Bali, maybe grow a little, increase leisure into Jakarta, to support Lombok, but Lombok is will require new audiences, and to look at some direct flights into Lombok, into Flores and Yogyakarta. 3 markets, 3 new destinations with 3 quite different profiles. Lombok being sport and entertainment in the south and sort of relaxed luxury, barefoot luxury, snorkeling, family friendly. Flores, sunset, sailing and wildlife. And Yogyakarta, of course, a cultural capital of Indonesia. But what are the opportunities in the next 12 to 24 months? Okay, this is, so next 12 to 24 months to get what we say heads on beds or bums on seats. How do we get people into the destination? So the recommendations I've made are to target the Bali traveller. These are travellers that already know and like Indonesia. They know and like Bali, and they're already more or less planning to come to Bali. But rather than just have them book their 9.5-day stay, we want them to stay for 12 days or 13 days and do an island add-on. So a 3 or 4 day add-on to, say, Labuan Bajo for its sunsets, sailing and wildlife. And also because I believe Labuan Bajo, although the product offer is still developing, I believe Labuan Bajo is in the nearest look-alike market or destination to Bali. It's different, it's culturally different, but in terms of what the broader market is looking for, Labuan Bajo is very close to that. In terms of sort of flexibility, amenities, sort of sunsets. And as we know also, it is Christian island. So sort of perhaps the consumption of alcohol might be a little more more part of the culture. And of course, another island add-on, quite different from the Labuan Bajo experience, is Borobudur Temple for its blockbuster cultural status with the the world's largest Buddhist temple. I believe there's an opportunity to target the mass market for travel to Indonesia. This is branding work required by the Ministry of Tourism to help lift the national brand perception of Indonesia as a holiday destination. Not just Bali, but targeting that mass market for Bali, but also that broader, perhaps slightly older and more sort of responsible traveller that will also be a good fit with the destinations that are more socially conservative than Bali. And then finally, depending on budget and priorities, to target the family market or the responsible traveller for Lombok. It's really important not to try and do too much. Indonesia is a tremendously rich destination country, a world inside one destination. So Indonesia is a destination that needs to be experienced over many years and over many visits. It can't be done in one visit, which provides Indonesia with a wonderful opportunity to attract travellers back 10, maybe 15 times in a lifetime. But it also means, from a marketer's perspective, from the destination's perspective and at the national perspective, to pick off one or two destinations, new destinations, get them going, get them to be self-sustaining, and then look at supporting other destinations, because it takes somebody 12 to 20 times to hear about a destination before they actually book it. And we all have destinations on our bucket list: Paris, London, Shanghai, New York, Cuba. Some of these destinations, the seeds for these destinations were planted many, many years ago. So it's taken 50 years to open a new destination from Bali to the Lombok route, 50 years to open a third gateway into Indonesia. I hope within the next 10 or 20 years we can open at least another 3 from the east coast of Australia and really open up the Indonesian market to Australian travellers and to enable a lot more gateways for Indonesian travellers to visit Australia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miriam, for such an extensive presentation. Not only did we learn about the current state of the aviation industry, particularly the Australian airlines with their flights from Australia to Indonesia, but we also get takeaways about how we should position the Indonesian tourism industry in the future. So we learned that Indonesia is not alone in attracting Australian visitors. So there are also other countries. And surely Indonesia is not only about Bali. There are other promising tourist destinations. Lombok is one of those, for sure. And Lombok is one of the fastest growing tourist destination in Indonesia. And also there is Flores and Yogyakarta. And when it comes to Bali, I think we agree that Bali should not be only about the southern part of the island or Canggu. Because I know Canggu is fastly growing. Soon, well, jokingly, soon we'll have direct flight from Australia to Canggu if this development is not managed wisely. So I think development of tourist destinations should go beyond Canggu or beyond the southern part of Bali, go to western part Jembrana or northern part of Singaraja. So everybody, I believe that all of you who are joining this online or in person here at Undiknas have many things in your minds that you want to be answered by or addressed by both Roger and Miriam. So we have some 25 minutes or 30 minutes of question and answer session. So how do we do this? Oh yes, please. From participants in the room, please raise your hands and mention your name and address your question to the speakers, please. You may come forward. Yes, please. Please come forward. be in front of camera so everyone can see you. So I think, yes. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Devi. So I'm very grateful can ask again because I'm so interested with this topic about the tourism in Australia and in Bali. So as we know, so many places that can we visit, such as in Australia, because Australia have a popular place, I think. And then many tourists come there from other countries, but the depends of they need to come to Australia. So, sir and miss, can you tell us what is the dominant countries find in Australia? For example, people from Bali come to Australia for study or for work and others like that. Can you tell us about what is the dominant countries come to the Australia and what they do there? And then for second question, what is the convenience Australia provide for others? But in Bali, if in Bali we give second home visa for the tourism, and then how about in Australia? Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think the questions.
If I can start from an aviation perspective, the USA has always been a big market for Australia. There would be at least 7 flights a day from the West Coast and the Midwest of America into Sydney every day. The same would be into Melbourne, 4 flights a day, and probably Brisbane a couple of times a day. We have, because of our cultural heritage, a large population, a large number of passengers from Europe that will visit, whether they be from the UK, which is obviously our heritage, the UK and Ireland, but also Europe. The Italians, the Greeks travel down to Australia, again, for visiting family and relatives, but also for, to visit all parts of Australia. From Asia, if we're looking at the Asian market, China hasn't opened up yet, so that is a huge market for Australia. The Chinese market was big. The Japanese have started to return, both Japan Airlines and ANA, flying into Sydney and to Melbourne double daily. So our inbound market is broad, and they generally won't come to one city. They will start maybe in Queensland, come down to New South Wales or Victoria, and a lot of them will head off to the middle of Australia, to Uluru, to Alice Springs, and even then across to Western Australia. So the market worldwide is diverse. Inbound tourism is big, and as you heard this morning from Tourism Australia, they are pouring a lot of money into all areas of the world to promote Australia. Miriam, do you need to add to that, or?
You need to add something?
I don't. I'm not up on the latest inbound figures. I think was her second question what incentives there are to visit? Was that the second question?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
What do the visitors get? I mean, what attracts the visitors, international visitors, to come to Australia? And the facilities such as visa, working visa, or something like that.
Are you familiar, Roger, with?
No, I'm not 100% up to date. Certainly, working visas are available for people under a certain age. I think it's the same as the UK, Miriam. So yeah, they're 25, 26, and they can get a working visa for 1 or 2 years.
Yeah.
We're struggling in Australia at the moment, post-COVID, with getting workers coming in from all over the world to work in our agricultural sector, in our mining sector. So the government is looking at relaxing some of the rules and regulations. The other attractions are really, it's tourism. It's the variety of tourism you can have in Australia, whether it be out in the outback, whether it's snorkeling or diving. Cycling is a huge sport that's growing in Australia. but I don't know the ins and outs of the particular benefits that the Australian government is offering over and above our working visas.
So during this recovery time, what would be the largest market of Australia's tourism? Is that the US?
USA for sure. Obviously, you saw from Miriam's statistics, New Zealand visitors to and from Australia to New Zealand are high. You know, that's nearly considered. New Zealand flight's nearly considered a domestic flight for us. It's short. It's a shorter flying time from the east coast of Australia to New Zealand than it is from the east coast of Australia to the west coast of Australia. And Europe. You know, we have Qatar Airways, Etihad, and Emirates delivering 5 A380s or wide-body aircraft a day into Sydney, 2 into Melbourne, 2 into Brisbane, 2 into Perth. So I don't think I could narrow it down to a particular country, sir, but travel from Europe and the UK is enormous into Australia. And again, it's a lot of it is visiting friends and relatives, but a lot of it is also tourism. You know, and a popular itinerary would be fly into Sydney or Melbourne and fly out of Perth and having seen all parts of Australia. Sorry, Miriam, I interrupted you.
I was just going to say make an observation, and this isn't so much a visa class, it's more a tactic that Tourism Australia is using, and something that I've observed in the last couple of years, and that is an increased focus on Indigenous tourism. Yep. We heard, I think, Sam from Austrade speak before, and she highlighted Indigenous tourism, and that's something that was a little bit more, I think, on the edges prior to COVID, and that's something that's been brought to the front a lot more. I mean, we even see in Australia now a lot of traditional English names are being, if not changed, they're having the Aboriginal name put next to it. So it's a recognition, I guess, here of our ancestral roots. Yeah, our Australia's ancestral heritage. And Indonesia has the opportunity to do that as well, with all of the different islands and different, the different cultures within, within Indonesia. And I see it happening in Bali, increased use of, is it Sanskrit in the in Bali signage?
Yeah. I think that you'll find every map from Tourism Australia now has major cities with not only their Anglo name, but their Indigenous name as well. At every event in Australia now, the first thing that is done, that is said by a speaker, is a recognition of the ancestral lands that the meeting is taking place at. So yeah, that's a great point. And I also think, following up on that, ecotourism is another thing that is really starting to take off in Australia.
So, thank you. I hope that answered your question earlier. Okay. So Roger and Miriam, we have another question from a participant who is joining online, and I will just read it out. My name is Hari Wicaksana, so Hari, a dame from Casa, Australia. I would like to ask a question. Does the biosecurity issue in aviation poses challenge to the tourism recovery? Especially, what could be the role of aviation medicine in Bali to prevent the transmission of infectious diseases such as the foot and mouth disease or the COVID-19?
It's an interesting one. As you know, during the COVID times, we decided to put Australia into isolation to protect not only Australians but anyone who was visiting. We did open up. We didn't open up as a country. We opened up by state and by region, which was another interesting one. At times, you could have thought Western Australia was another country because they had so much stricter protocols. The biosecurity, we in Australia are very cognizant and aware of the possibilities of things like the foot and mouth disease coming in. There was a period at Sydney Airport where every passenger hopping off our flights from Bali and Jakarta actually had to, especially from Bali, had to walk through what you'd call a foot bath to ensure that nothing was coming into the country. I'd like to think that we are doing a good job to try and do that. Where we don't require COVID testing anymore to depart Australia, and we don't have any regulations that don't allow any passengers that are COVID positive to fly in. Certainly recommendations are given to all passengers if they have any symptoms upon arrival that they must go and get tested and then adhere to the local policy regarding positive cases. But I think we're doing our best, but we seem to be, I suppose, relaxed enough to think that we put the onus on a passenger and a traveller coming into and leaving Australia to ensure that if they are testing positive or they do have symptoms, that they try and self-isolate. I'm not too sure if that answers the question, because I'm not too sure about the rest of our biosecurity laws. It's probably more something to do with our operations area. I apologise if I haven't answered it fully.
Miriam, do you want to add something?
I think the question was, from my perspective, or just a consumer perspective, is the risk of infectious diseases sort of affecting recovery? From foot and mouth, from a consumer perspective, in terms of desire to travel to Bali or Indonesia, I haven't heard of that. Anecdotally, I have not heard of that stopping anyone from travelling to Bali. In terms of catching COVID, some travellers, and it's not just Bali or Indonesia, some travellers are probably still a little nervous about travelling this year. But in Australia, we're not really wearing masks anymore. We don't have to wear masks on a plane. So in Australia, it's sort of, or here in Sydney, it feels very much like, I don't want to say COVID is over, but there's a bit less distancing happening. COVID is still being treated a lot more seriously, I think, in Indonesia. You asked whether Bali medicine, or there's anything that can be done in Bali to improve the situation. I would say keep doing what you're doing. I know Indonesia is trying to get everyone up to double vaccination status. If I'm not mistaken, 75% of Bali, maybe more, has already double vaccinated. So I'd say keep doing what you're doing. And in terms of the foot and mouth, I returned from Bali last week. I walked on a mat. I hopped on the end of an enormous queue at customs to declare my walking shoes that may have picked something up. So I think at the Australian end, we're working on stopping it from entering, and on the Bali side or on the Indonesia side, if foot and mouth is a problem for Indonesia, we'll keep doing what you're doing to slow it, stop it.
And just on the wearing a mask, though, Miriam, it's still mandatory on Garuda Indonesia to wear a mask.
Oh, sure,
okay.
for sure.
Into and out of Australia. So again, I think that's come from our management, our board of directors in Indonesia, that they will continue to do that until not only our airline is comfortable, but also obviously the government is comfortable.
Actually, Roger, just on that, I flew up with Jetstar, and because it is a requirement of the Indonesian government, on Jetstar they were also asking everybody to wear a mask on the way up, but on leaving we didn't have to wear a mask.
Interesting.
So thank you, Roger and Miriam. I'm sure that answered Harry's question earlier. So,
Hope so.
There's another question from the participant in the room. Yes, please. Would you please come forward?
Okay, good afternoon, Mrs. Miriam and Mr. Roger. My name is
Good
Nico
afternoon.
from Undiknas Denpasar, Management and Business Major, class of 2021. On the Mr. Roger presentation on the challenges for tourism industry, it is being said that the airline ticket prices are now up to 40% more expensive than pre-pandemic times, which consequence is a shortage of staff in order to reduce this cost and survive. So my question is, I would like to know from your point of view, Mr. Rogers, and also Mrs. Miriam, is there any change or at least predict the flight tickets that will be back to normal or even cheaper? Because I think for now is, for me as a local, as Indonesian, the flight ticket is quite expensive. For example, like I'm from Java, from Yogyakarta. If I want to go back to there, it costs almost 1 million, which is it's kind of expensive. So that's my question. In your point of view, is there any like change that the prices will be back to normal or even getting cheaper? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
A very straightforward question, Roger and Miriam.
Sure. You know, I think the two contributing factors to airlines reducing their prices of airline tickets is going to come down to two things. Firstly, the more capacity that comes into the market, the more available seats for the number of passengers that want to travel, that will generally probably drive down ticket prices. Not maybe on all airlines. I think that the full service carriers like ourselves, like Qantas, Singapore Airlines, will always maintain a higher price. But when you see the low cost carriers coming in, Jetstar, twice a day at the moment, 3 times a day out of Perth to Bali, their pricing will be lower. But I think another thing that is really going to contribute to it is I think sooner or later passengers are going to start balking at paying the high prices. They won't be paying the high prices as readily as they are at the moment. Number one, because of the economic conditions, the rise of inflation, interest rates, etc. But number two, they'll just say, I think we're going to wait. And that may see a stepping down from the airlines of their pricing. But at the moment, it's the law of supply and demand for us. People are willing to pay these high prices, and they will continue to do so until they either can't afford it or the airlines have to reduce the pricing because of more inventory coming into the system. Singapore Airlines 4 times a day now out of Sydney, but they're still getting high prices because there's no competition from China, and there's no competition from a lot of airlines that haven't reinstated their flights yet. Domestically in Indonesia, I don't know what the situation is going to be there. I think at the moment Garuda Indonesia is able to get the fares that they are, so people are going to continue to pay it. But I don't know that market as well as I know this one. Miriam?
I don't have much to add. I guess competition will drive down prices. Fuel prices, depending on what happens there, will, there's a certain baseline that needs to be covered there.
Yeah.
In terms of high pricing, unless the prices come down, I think you're right that the people will eventually choose to wait, and potentially travel will become again for the privileged, as it was 100 years ago, 50 years ago. So travel being such an important part of modern life,
Our life.
Yeah, of all of our lives. I hope, like you're the fellow that asked the question, that the prices can also come down, but I understand the reasons why they might not for a little while. So no, unfortunately, I don't have good news. We don't have good news in the short term.
So we need to wait then. So from Miriam's presentation. From
or
Miriam.
don't travel in peak times.
Don't
Obviously,
travel peak
the
times.
airfares,
Okay.
the
Wise
airfares,
advice, yeah, surely.
you know, the low season in Australia, for instance, heading up to Indonesia and onward, February, March, October, November, late September, October, November. But once you start getting into the peak periods, I mean, you know, just out of New South Wales, out of Sydney, I'm down to 4 flights a week as opposed to 13 a week. So you can see there that our capacity has been reduced. People still want to fly on a full service airline when they can. So the price is set and people are paying it.
So from Miriam's presentation earlier, I learned that Jetstar accounts for 53% of the flight from Australia to Indonesia, and Garuda is only 3%, and Qantas and AirAsia is somewhere in between. So any plan soon, Roger, that Garuda will add more flights so that to help reduce the flight ticket price?
Yeah, as you would know, in Indonesia, Garuda Indonesia has been through some challenging times in the last 2 years.
Sure, yeah.
We are just about to, I believe there's a meeting of the shareholders very shortly, and hopefully a government injection is going to happen to the airline so that we can then go out, lease more aircraft. Our problem is that we don't have the aircraft at the moment to fly these routes with the number of flights that we'd like to. Domestically, things are going well. We don't have enough wide-body aircraft at the moment because the leasing companies grounded those aircraft during COVID. Once we have the ability to lease more aircraft, you will see those aircraft going into destinations that our board of directors believe are going to be profitable for the airline as well. I would hope from the Australian point of view that by the time we get to what we call the Northern Summer schedule next year, which starts at the end of March, 24th of March next year, you'll see hopefully a doubling of the capacity that we've got currently, maybe even more, certainly to the East Coast. I don't know what the plans are at the moment for the West Coast, but certainly to Sydney and Melbourne, we're hoping that you'll see, where you see 7 flights now, I'm hoping you'll see 14 or more.
We are hoping the same too. So
yeah, absolutely.
And Miriam, anything to add? No, okay. So Roger and Miriam and everyone, we've got a very engaging discussion, and I believe if we continue this will last until evening. So unfortunately, we have a very limited time, a tight schedule. So everybody, would you please give a big round of applause to both Roger and Miriam for such a great presentation and discussion. So we'll move forward to a quiz session. So I think I should conclude this session now. And thank you so much, Roger and Miriam, for your insightful views and experience. Thank you. And thank you everyone, the participants both here at Uniknas and online. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll hand over to MC, please.
Okay, thank you very much Bapak Agus Freddy Maradona PhD karena sudah memberikan masukan yang banyak sebagai moderator. Now it's time for inviting us again and again for quizzing. Are you ready guys for mini games and for winning game quiz? Okay, it's time for invite us to join our quizzes. We have 3 sessions, and now it's the second session. Each session is still same. We need 2 winner to get internet plan, 100,000 rupiah per winner. Please welcome Dewa Yu from international class, and okay, just alone. Alone, okay? Is that okay? Is that okay? Okay. Please welcome with big applause Dewa Yu from international class.
Halo semuanya yang ada di sini, pada ngantuk ya? Mana suaranya? Halo, selamat siang. Halo Serbas, halo. Okay guys, jadi same like before, we are prepare our quizzes. Jadi kita akan prepare untuk mengikuti kuis. Sama caranya kayak sebelumnya, we are prepare our smartphone first, and then search quizzes on Google, and click or choose the first option like a quiz.com in the website, and then scan the barcode or input the code, and then don't forget to put your identity real name for easy to see the name of the winner. Jadi untuk teman-teman kembali lagi untuk langsung ketik aja quizzes di Google dan langsung pilih pilihan yang paling pertama yaitu di website quizzes.com, dan langsung saja join dengan cara scan code yang ada di depan ataupun langsung klik aja kodenya yang ada di depan yaitu 269299. Jangan lupa setelah klik kodenya langsung join dan berikan nama asli kalian, karena jika kalian menang itu nama kalian langsung dipanggil dan langsung mendapatkan hadiah yaitu sebesar Rp100.000 berupa pulsa atau internet data, dan itu dipilih 2 orang pemenang. Jadi untuk teman-teman silakan memberikan nama asli, jangan nama main-main karena nanti nggak dapat hadiahnya guys ya. Oke, yang di sini udah siap semuanya? Ya siapin dulu guys, please. Coba disiapin dulu. Sekarang kita langsung main games. Oke, kita lihat di depan udah mulai banyak yang join. Oke, teman-teman di sini diutamakan juga ya. Langsung join aja. Gimana teman-teman? Udah semuanya? Udah semua? Pertanyaannya itu seputar Indonesia dan Australia tentunya. Itu cuma fun fact doang, nggak ada yang serius-serius. Semua tentang pengetahuan umum dan soalnya beda dari section yang pertama. Jadi nggak sama teman-teman ya. Oke, masih banyak yang baru join. Oke, nice. Oke, 62 orang yang join. Ada yang belum join lagi? Oke, udah kita mulai aja ya. Dari 3, 2, 1. Yaps. Oke, dimulai aja. Oke, fokus teman-teman ya, demi Rp100.000. Ayo bisa. Musik. Ya, kita lihat rankingnya. Saling salip menyalip. Ayo yang ada di dalam ruangan bisa lebih fokus lagi. Oke. Ayo kita lihat poinnya, saling salip menyalip ya. Oke, masih salip menyalip. Dan gamesnya terus berjalan, masih 58%, berarti masih ada yang belum jawab. Ayo teman-teman, kita semangat, lebih semangat lagi demi Rp100.000. Oke, yang mulia masih di nomor pertama. Apakah kegeser ini? Kita lihat dulu. Oke, masih ternyata masih. Geser menggeser. Apakah yang mulia masih di nomor 1? Ya, disalip. Ayo, apakah masih salip menyalip? Kita belum tahu juara satunya guys ya, karena masih ketat sekali persaingannya. Rafael masih tetap di nomor 1 dan juga Hendra. Apakah kegeser sekarang? Ya, masih 66%, berarti masih ada yang masih menjawab itu di bawah. Apakah kegeser posisi Rafael dan juga Hendra? Iya, ternyata masih salip menyalip. Ada yang muncul tiba-tiba langsung ke peringkat 4. Oke, Rafael dan Hendra masih stay di ranking pertama dan ranking kedua. Apakah masih ada pergeseran? Oke, cukup. Waktunya habis teman-teman ya. Oh, ada. Baik. Ya, sudah. Kita lihat juara 1 dan juara 2-nya. Juara 1-nya ada Rafael, juara 2-nya ada Hendra, juara 3-nya ada Baby Swegi. Nah, itu teman saya namanya Santika Dewi. Oke, tepuk tangan semuanya untuk juara 1 dan juara 2-nya. Juara 1 dan juara 2 bisa langsung ketik aja nomornya di chat box dan nanti bakal langsung dikirimkan pulsa sebesar Rp100.000 kepada 2 pemenang. Oke, terima kasih semuanya yang sudah berpartisipasi. Terima kasih. Saya lanjutkan kepada MC.
Okay guys, that's all about our second quizzes. And now we will continue. We have come to our last agenda today, the panel 3, the role of higher education institution in Australia to boost tourism cooperation.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, saat ini kita akan menuju sesi terakhir atau sesi ketiga dengan tema update peran perguruan tinggi di Australia dalam kerjasama pariwisata.
Okay, again and again, all presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator. Allow me to read his short bio. It's okay guys. Okay. Ide Nyoman Basmantara, SPD MPD MM, is an assistant professor of business management at Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Pendidikan Nasional Bali. He was graduated from Master of Education on Assessment and Language Evaluation at Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha and has currently finished his second master program at Bina Nusantara University, Jakarta. Mulai tepuk tangannya teman-teman. Okay. He is interested in academic research for leadership, business education, assessment, and evaluation. He has published some articles in national and international accredited journals since 2015. As head of International Office of Unignas University, he has been responsible for doing international partnership, collaboration, international student recruitment, international academic program, and managing administration for international affairs.
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang kami hormati, mari kita sambut moderator kita Bapak Ida Nyoman Basmantara SPD MPD MM selaku Head of International Office Undiknas University. Kepada moderator kami persilakan.
Okay, good afternoon everybody. I think you have to keep your spirits because we just continue only one session for today. This is a panel session, but the topic is really important for us because Undiknas is one of part of the higher educations in LLDP 8 regional of Indonesia. So it would be really important for us to have a thought and also insight from two of the speakers today, especially from Australia. I'm pleased to be raised as a moderator for today. And also we have the topic is the role of higher education institutions in Australia to boost tourism cooperations. And before I introduce the speakers for today, we have some serious discussion related to higher education plays an important and multifaceted role in new global development agenda, which strives to eradicate poverty while addressing social needs such as education, health, social protections, job opportunities, climate change, food security, and environmental protections. Moreover, higher education institutions around the world have been incorporating sustainable development into their systems, curricula, and local communities for more than 30 years. They have the societal responsibility of providing guidance to students, faculty, staffs, and administrations, and their decisions affect the economic, social, and environmental dimensions of the communities and regions around them. Well, ladies and gentlemen, nowadays the growing popularity of attaining knowledge and technical competencies from the world-best destinations has resulted in an increase in education tourism. Tourism includes domestic as well as international travel, but international movement is important for any nations due to implications of the country balance of payments. Many countries receive huge foreign exchange from their tourists. Therefore, according to the importance of higher education institutions, it will be interesting and essential to discuss more about higher education institutions, especially their role in Australia to boost tourism cooperations by the first speaker today, Professor Noel Scott, Professor in the Griffith Institute for Tourism at Griffith University, Gold Coast, Australia. Okay, so the first speaker for this third panel sessions, Professor Noel Scott, is active as adjunct professor for tourism management at Cowan University in School of Business and Law. Noel Scott is professor of Deputy Director of Griffith Institute of Tourism at Griffith University, Gold Coast, Australia. His research interests include the study of tourism experiences, destinations management and marketing, and stakeholder organization. He is a frequent speaker at international academic and industrial references. He has over 210 academic articles, publishing including 13 books. He has supervised 19 doctoral students to successful completions of their thesis. He is on editorial board of 10 journals and a member of the International Associations of China Tourism Scholars. Prior to starting his academic career in 2001, Noel worked as a senior manager in a variety of leading businesses, including as a manager research and strategic advisor of tourism and events in Queensland. And also he has some of the research interests regarding the tourism experience, destination management, and marketing stakeholder organizations. In particular, it includes cognitive psychology applied to tourism, new techniques in measurements of emotion and tourism experience, and augmented virtual reality and tourist experience designs. Please welcome our speaker, Professor Noel Scott from Adit Kawan University. How are you, Professor? Okay, I think, okay.
Very, very good, thank you. Can you hear me?
Sure. Okay, it's very clear from Bali. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yes, Professor Noel Scott, you have 20 minutes to have a presentations. Yeah. You can start with your presentation, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. And before I start, I'd just like to thank Pak Dodi from the Indonesian Embassy in Australia for his kind invitation to speak today. I'd like to congratulate the other speakers who are here and my co-presenter, Professor Najib. I think, is that how I pronounce your name?
Yes, okay. Dr. Muhammad Najib is the second presenter for topic today.
Great. Yes. And certainly I'd like to thank Universitas Pendidikan Nasional for their hosting the conference. So what I'm going to do today, I'm going to try and share my screen. So bear with me and let's see how that goes. Can you see that now?
Sure, that's clear.
Okay, I'm not sure if it's full screen, but I'm just going to continue as it is now anyway. What I wanted to talk to you about is focused. I mean, there are many different opportunities for universities and for the university community to work between different countries. And I do understand that there's lots of students who are looking at exchange and things between Indonesia and Australia. My focus today is a little bit more on faculty and perhaps master's or PhD students, and in fact the extension of tourism research and information to the community, which I think is an important role of universities. So you've heard a little bit about me. What I want to talk first about is the work that's going on within Indonesia. So I've been lucky enough to be in contact with people from the Ministry of Tourism, especially Dr. Frans Teguh, and I'm aware that there's lots of work going on within the tourism sector to both adapt to the changing situations and the recovery from COVID, but also to promote and develop sustainable tourism in Indonesia. So the slides that I'm presenting are actually from the Ministry of Tourism. I'm sorry I stole them, but I think they're aware that I'm using them. What's happening in Indonesia is that you're moving from one primary leisure destination, or perhaps two, Jakarta and Bali, to a range of destinations within the country. And this is an initiative or a trend that's happening in many countries. We're moving from going to Thailand to moving to go to Phuket or Chiang Mai or other places. We're moving to go from Vietnam to going to Ho Chi Minh City, Hanoi, Hoi An, and so on. So the countries are becoming different tourism destinations. And so that means, and this is again another slide that's come from a colleague in Bappanas, there's a lot of work going on to support the development of different tourism destinations within Indonesia. A number of integrated tourism master plans have been developed, and the Ministry of Tourism is developing a more sustainable vision of what's happening in tourism in the country. So there is a developing vision in Indonesia of a more sustainable tourism industry, which is good. Opportunities, I think, there are a lot of opportunities for especially younger people to benefit from this. So what goes along with the development of new destinations is the need for training and education of a workforce, tourism professionals in each one of those destinations. And so I've been lucky enough to be involved in an Australia Awards Indonesia training program that's been running for 7 years now, funded by the Australian government to help to develop a cohort of professional Indonesian tourism people who have developed training in sustainable tourism development. So we've been doing this, as I said, since about 2015, and we've now got roughly around 175 alumni. But those are the people in my program. Australia has also been involved in training masters and PhD students in tourism in many of its universities, again focusing on sustainability and sustainable tourism. So there's a lot of exchange between the two countries to help to develop a more sustainable tourism industry. Just as an example, these are just some of the participants who have been involved in the tourism short courses that we've been conducting on sustainable tourism development. And you'll see that there are people from Sulawesi, from all over Indonesia, Papua, and so on. And in dealing with those people, I can see that there's an enormous opportunity for Indonesia to develop its tourism industry. And there's an enormous range of different cultural and natural attractions which can be developed. Now, in our training program, we've been working with the participants to actually not just plan for tourism, but to actually implement and make a change. So I think that if we're going to achieve sustainability, we can't spend all our time just thinking about it. We actually need to undertake actions. So what we've been doing is asking each one of the 175 participants to complete a project that they own. And what I want to do is briefly tell you a little bit about some of these projects which illustrate the diversity of Indonesia and its potential. So one of the first significant successes is a restaurant in Ternate, which is built in a quite close to the city, beautiful view, but they have taken Indonesian food, traditional food, and upgraded its presentation. They might say that they're producing food for a sultan. So that's been very successful, and these women who run the restaurant have just been presenting at the G20 in Bali. Why did it work? Well, you see, if you're going to develop tourism products, you need to develop a network of involved people, and they were able to do that. So working with, importantly, universities in collaboration to support the development. I'm also doing a bit of work myself with Universities Hasanuddin in Makassar to help to develop the new Maris Pancap Geopark, which is an amazing attraction, and where they have they're developing a new attraction. I don't know if you can see it very well here, but it's about bats coming out of a cave and flying across the sky at dusk. It's quite an interesting tourist attraction. So, but there's lots of resources and people in Indonesia. This man was one of our participants. He runs a bird watching operation in Papua. This lady developed her project with the support, I think, of a non-governmental organisation to develop a whale shark tour, where you can actually go out in the morning and see these whale sharks up close. It's the most amazing experience. So there's lots of these projects that have been developed, and there's lots of other work that's going on as well. So this is another project between the University of South Australia, some people in Lombok, and another Australian organisation, Wildlife Tourism Australia, to do training in presenting Indonesia's tourism resources in a more attractive way. We call this storytelling. So, and I'm aware that the University of Queensland, the University Andalas in Padang, have been doing work on a online training for innovation and digitalization sustainability. So the first thing is there is lots of interaction and engagement at a university to university, but university to community level that I think has been very useful in the past. Now, just briefly, I want to talk about how we might take these existing initiatives and develop more. So, first of all, the tourism academics in Australia are fairly well organised. There's an organisation called CAUTHE, Council of Australasian Tourism and Hospitality Education, and they run conferences, online seminars, and perhaps there's opportunities to link academics, tourism academics in Indonesia into that organisation, or vice versa. Perhaps there's an organisation in Indonesia where Australian academics could contribute. There are a number of high-ranking universities, high-ranking in the tourism field, where there are opportunities for linking universities in Indonesia to universities in Australia for perhaps joint research projects or other things. For example, one here that I'm connected with, Edith Cowan University in Perth, is the third ranking university in Australia in terms of tourism and hospitality. And they specialise in areas like food, wine and agriculture, sustainability, the China tourism market, and tourism, hospitality and the creative industry. So possibilities there, but there are a number of other well-known universities in Australia, such as Griffith University, University of Queensland and so on, with a number of academic researchers who work in tourism. I think the opportunities for joint research are many between our countries, but just some caveats that I've found. Collaboration of the type that we're talking about between universities across countries takes time to develop. And you need to have people who have the necessary skills, but there are opportunities for improving skills in academic writing and also providing access to the international literature. And another opportunity for exchange might be postdoctoral fellowships between the two countries. In Indonesia, there's an emphasis on universities, social society, government, etc., working together. And so I think that if we want to develop the relationships between universities, between Australia and Indonesia, then as we do in the Australia Awards short courses, we could identify a project, perhaps in a destination such as Lombok or West Java or Sumatra, where there is a local university who wants to work on that project and works with a partner university in Australia to both conduct research which benefits the local people, but also provides some sort of academic outcome. We may need a little bit of catalyst funding for that, but there are sources of information, of funding between the two countries that can be used. And this would be a way of exchanging and transferring skills between the two countries, and then also from one destination within Indonesia perhaps to another one. So in conclusion, in tourism, there's a sound base of Australian-trained Indonesian masters and PhDs already in Indonesia. And as I have travelled around Indonesia in many places, I'll find people who have studied at universities in Australia, and they usually recall the experience fondly. Tourism is important for both countries, and one success, I think, for the two countries are these Australia Awards Indonesia sustainable tourism projects that we've been undertaking. But I would like to hope that there are opportunities for developing these relationships further. And I would certainly be happy if anyone had any thoughts on this to contact me directly, and I can try and put you in contact with a relevant person in Australia. So with that, thank you very much. This is my email, which will put into the chat, and I hope that I'll be hearing from you. Thank you very much. Back to the moderator.
Oh, thank you so much, Professor Scott, for your presentation. It is quite important for us to learn and also discuss related to academic professional development, both of the country, especially Indonesia and also Australia. And also there is an interesting topic related to Australian awards for Indonesia. Of course, it's really important to rise and also to collaborate with some of the researchers from both of the countries, especially to transfer their skill especially to other destinations, both of the countries. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so next speaker would be from IPB University. So I'd like to invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Najib. Okay, so the position is Professor at Department of Management from IPB University, Indonesia. So I'd like to read the just overview for the curriculum vitae. Professor Dr. Muhammad Najib is a professor at Department of Management, IPB University, Indonesia. He is appointed as Education and Culture Attaché of the Indonesia Embassy in Canberra since 2020 until present. He is an experienced lecturer with demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry. His research interests include the organic food marketing, small and medium enterprises marketing and strategy, food cluster and development strategy. He has over 30 international publications in Scopus Index journals, has around 34 publications in national mass media, including 4 books. He has skill in lecturing, curriculum development, public speaking, e-learning, and science with strong education professional with a Doctor of Philosophy PhD focused on agriculture and resources economics from the University of Tokyo. So I would like to invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Najib to have a presentation for about 20 minutes. Hello, Bapak Muhammad Najib, how are you?
Good, thank you so much, moderator. Thank you. And also Prof. Noel Scott, thank you so much for your very interesting presentation. And for all the participants here that still stay here until finished. I think thank you so much. Let me share a little bit about my presentation. Okay. Has been explained by Prof. Scott. I think it's very interesting because it provides a new perspective of tourism, especially after the COVID pandemic. I know that one of the important that we have to pay attention is the behavioral change of tourists after the pandemic. And Prof. Scott already mentioned that one of the tourist behavior after pandemic is identified as less frequent and stay longer. I think this is good for one side. This means that the tourists will spend more in one destination or location. However, the question is how permanent this behavioral change. Maybe we can do research more. During the pandemic, they changed the behavior, and after pandemic, maybe they still maintain their behavior or their new behavior. But after maybe when the pandemic already disappear, how the behavior of tourists, maybe we can do research more. And Prof. Scott also discussed on the issue of sustainability. Yeah, of course, this is an important issue. I think not only in Australia, but also in Indonesia. And as mentioned by Prof. Scott, our government, Indonesian government, already have concern about the sustainability. I think it's very good. And I think as mentioned by Prof. Scott, in the agenda of the sustainable tourism that our government have, there are 3 types of tourism that government focus. The first is natural tourism. The second one is cultural tourism, and the third one is man-made tourism. Of course, natural tourism is important to attract foreign tourists, and Indonesia has so many interesting natural destinations to visit, as Prof. Scott has described before. However, these 3 types of tourism need to be synchronized with the 3 types of tourism, which currently tend to be more sustainable. This is that we propose that sustainable tourism beyond the country and destination. I think there are 3 types of tourism that should be linked to the natural tourism, cultural tourism, and others. The first is attraction and event. The second one is wellness and medical tourism, and the third one is education as a tourism industry. And we would like to discuss more about the education as a tourism industry. This is Indonesia. Now, we have in Indonesia, attraction and event are growing fast. We have, for example, in 2022, we have annual event in Jakarta, that is Jakarta Marathon, and also we have the first Formula A in Jakarta, and also in Mandalika we have what is not Formula A. In Mandalika we have what we call in
is it
MotoGP. Yes, thank you. And also we have a lot of attraction now. Maybe before a long time ago we only have Dufan, Dunia Fantasi, right? But now we have many attraction in Indonesia. We have Trans Studio, for example. Not only in Bandung, we have Trans Studio in Bekasi. So Indonesian people who want to know about the snow, they don't need to go Australia, they don't need to go Europe. They can experience snow in Trans Studio. This is a part of attraction. And also here we can see Borobudur as a destination. If we think Borobudur as only as a destination, how many times? Maybe you can guess how many times people would like to visit Borobudur as a temple, as a destination. Maybe. I have been in Borobudur twice. The first, myself, I want to know the Borobudur, and the second one, I bring my family. But we think that that is enough. We have to move to another destination. If we consider Borobudur only as a destination, maybe the maximum maybe twice or 3 times. But not so frequent. But if we link destination to event, like here, Borobudur linked to the event of Vesak Day in Indonesia. We celebrate the Vesak Day, and we can invite a lot of tourists from around the world. Especially especially maybe from Buddhist countries. So we can invite them to visit Borobudur frequently, at least annually. So they can come again, and of course this is like in Islam we have Mecca, for example, for pilgrim, for Umrah, they go frequently. But if they only have, if we only have Borobudur as a temple, not as not a link with the event, I think it's maybe only one time, and they don't want to spend longer. And this is the event and attraction, and the second one is medical tourism. yeah, wellness and medical tourism can also encourage tourists to come, yeah, repeatedly. So currently there are 3 countries in ASEAN that are more advanced in terms of medical tourism: are Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. So you can imagine when Indonesian people come to Malaysia for medical reasons, they will come more than once. Yeah, at least first for check-up, and the second one for treatment, and the third one for check-up again. And of course, they also cannot come alone. They will be accompanied by their families or friends, and of course, they will stay longer. So what does it mean? They will spend more money on travel costs, on food, and of course on hotel or apartment. So yeah, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand already yeah, advanced. We can see here the medical tourism in Malaysia. The number of foreign patients, maybe majority from Indonesia, maybe, or from Sumatra, not from Bali. Yeah, the number is growing yearly, and now our government, as mentioned by our ministries, Pak Sandiaga Uno, Sandiaga Uno, the Minister of Kemenparekraf, would like to cooperate with the IDI, Ikatan Dokter Indonesia, to develop medical tourism. And one of places maybe in Bali, so we can invite the people to stay longer with the wellness and medical tourism. How about the educational tourism? This is what we would like to discuss more. Yeah, of course, Prof. Scott and also the other speaker already mentioned about this. The global education tourism market value in 2021 is estimated almost 400 billion. And by 2031, its value is projected to reach 1,947 billion. Yeah, it's the huge number. And Australia, maybe more advanced, compared to Indonesia about this. This is the educational tourism. The component of educational tourism is how to combine between education and tourism, or how to treat the education as part of tourism. So education is not only a learning process, but can be linked to the tourism industry. And in fact, in the case of Australia, education tourism can generate the education can generate the tourism industry. This is we can see the connection between education and tourism in Australia. The connection between education and tourism is very strong. International students, they're visiting friends and relatives, and other tourists make a significant contribution to Australians' tourism industry. Officially, 80% of international students remain in Australia amid global pandemic. They are a key part of Australian international education and tourism recovery. And not only do students make significant contribution to the economy through their expenditure on fees and living expenses, they also contribute to tourism through domestic trip during their stays, inviting family, friends to visit throughout their studies. And this is the data from Tourism Research Australia 2019. students also contribute to Australian tourism workforce. Over 11,000 international visitors who studied in Australia in 2019 work in tourism or hospitality. So yeah, maybe some of them are Indonesian students. And further, 12,000 work in retail, as farmhand, and in construction, childcare, and others area. And this is number of international students in Australia. More than 600,000 international students until September 2022. And this is the Indonesian student in Australia. Until September 2022, there are 15,000, more than 15,000 Indonesian students in Australia. And here the majority of them study for bachelor degree, master, doctoral. Here we can see the data from the Department of Education. And this is that I want to talk, the impact of international student and tourism industry in Australia. This is what we can learn from Australia, attract the international student, and they are the real tourists actually, and they can stay longer than others tourists, and they can spend much higher than other tourists. So of the 8.7 million international visitors reported by Tourism Research Australia for 2019, 594,000 stated their main purpose as education, spending 12.4 billion in Australia. This visitor accounted for 7% of the total visitors. Yeah. So this is only 7% from total visitors in Australia, but we can see here their contribution is 39%. Yeah. So they spending money, their share 39%. So it's yeah. The only 7%, but they spend their share spending is 39%. So it means that they give more impact than other tourists. Yeah. And this is the spending of international student in Australia. We can see here education-related personal travel compared to other personal travel and business travels. The blue one here is education-related personal travel. So we can see here the student play strategic role. It means that the university is very important to attract substantial tourists. We call it the strategic tourists, because they come here not only for 1 day, not only for 1 week. They can stay 1 year, they can stay 2 years, or maybe more than 4 years. And if we look the education related to tourism in Australia, there are 93 programs in Australia that related to tourism, such as Bachelor of Tourism Management, Bachelor of Hospitality and Tourism Management, and also, as mentioned by Prof. Scott, there is a Master of International Sustainable Tourism, there is a Master of Science Ecotourism, and there are 22 schools that offer tourism. And for the vocational and education training, there are 47 that offer not degree, diploma or certificate related to tourism. How about Indonesia? In Indonesia, we have a huge number of education institutions, higher education institutions. There are 192 institutes, 257 polytechnic, and 573 university, more than 1,000 academy, and more than 2,000 school of higher learning. Sekolah tinggi, ya. In Indonesia, there are a lot of sekolah tinggi. But only 51 campuses have tourism study program. Yeah. I don't know, in Undiknas, there is tourism.
Yes, for sure. We just opened for this year the destinations of tourism and hospitality study programs.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, you can imagine, more than 4,000 higher education institutions, only 51 campuses have tourism study program. But in Australia, university is very little, yeah, only 43 university, and the rest is vocational education training. But you can see here there are 93 programs that offer tourism or education related to tourism. Okay, as mentioned by Prof. Scott, higher education collaboration can be increased to boost the tourism in the context of education as part of tourism. The first is joint and double degree. By this program, we can invite a lot of students to stay longer in Indonesia and of course in Australia. But the problem is, so far many Indonesian students have gone to Australia to study under a joint degree scheme. But only a few Australian students come to Indonesia for a joint degree. Is it true, Prof. Scott? Most of them just sort of visit, like 2 or 3 weeks. Like, Australian government has a new Colombo plan, but most of them only stay in Indonesia for 2 or 3 weeks. If we can encourage the Australian student to do joint degree or double degree, and they can study in Indonesia for more than 1 semester, I think it can be better for tourism. And we have also international student mobility program like ISMA. They can stay 1 semester in Australia. But in Australia we don't have. I don't know the scholarship, the similar scholarship like ISMA. They have a new Colombo plan, but as I mentioned before, majority of them only stay in Indonesia for 2 or 3 weeks. And also visiting research and lecture and workshop, conference and seminar. I think this is feasible to exercise. Join workshop, join conference and seminar. We can invite the more scholar in Indonesia. If we have annual workshop or annual conference, I think at least they will visit Indonesia annually. And here I think the end of my presentation. Sustainable tourism can be developed on three types: attraction and event tourism, wellness and medical tourism, and edutourism. Indonesia has a huge number of higher education institution, which means that actually Indonesia has the opportunity and potential to develop edutourism. For this, Indonesia must learn and collaborate with Australia to develop edutourism because Australian education already advanced in this. And university in Indonesia and Australia can work together to attract international students to visit Indonesia. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih Prof. Najib for your brief presentations. It's quite interesting, right? Because the key success of the university, how to done the internationalization, it is part of the edutourism. So it's quite interesting because you have mentioned related to wellness, medical tourism, attraction, and I was surprised that you bring the edutourism especially for how could Indonesia and Australia doing collaborations to have a partnership especially to increase length of stay of the students, not only for studying, but also they have family trips, and also they will increase their spend of money, especially in particular country if they want to do education tourism. Okay, without any further ado, I would like to invite and move to the discussion sections. So I will invite for the students here in this theater rooms and also for online session or virtual sessions. Okay, I have students from Undiknas University. Please introduce your name and also brief questions.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Hita Sakura and I'm from Undiknas University student.
Yeah.
I'm Hita Sakura and I'm from Undiknas University, majoring in public administration.
Oh, from public administration.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm really interested about educational market value is very important, right? There are increasing numbers in it. So my question is, how do you unite people's thoughts so they can have the idea that educational market value is important? Because in each region there must be a different opinion of the people.
Okay, so I think it's a clear question. So I'd like to invite Professor Scott. Could you get the point to give the answer regarding for the students' questions? What's your name, please?
Hita.
Hita, okay, related to market value.
Hello, Hita, and so thank you for your question. I do think that there are some differences in what students in Australia, I can't really speak for Indonesia, but perhaps what Australian students are looking for when they go to exchange overseas. I think for Australian students, education is only part of the reason why they go, and a lot of it is also for, I guess you'd call it adventure or experiences in culture, and often Australian students will travel to Europe, especially England or America, if they're going to do an exchange. So there may be different values, although perhaps if I was an Indonesian student wanting to go on an exchange, I might pick those countries, or perhaps even Australia, as a place because it has a sort of an attractive image. The other issue, of course, is language, and so I know Australian students, when they're thinking about the place to go to, what they're looking for in terms of value, they will often be thinking about being educated in English and not so much in another language. So that may also perhaps be a difference between Indonesia and Australia. I don't know if that answers the student's question, but there's some comments for you.
Okay, thank you so much. That's clear enough. I think there's no, I believe that there will be some difference related to market value. But from student Australia and also Indonesian students, clear from the presentations of the Professor Scott and also Professor Najib. I think Professor Najib would have some, answer related to these questions, because from your presentation, interesting, the Australian and Indonesian has a different market value, especially for education, for tourism itself.
Yeah, thank you so much. The perception of Indonesian people and Australian people about the education, of course, different. For example, like in Indonesia, all of the students would like to go to bachelor or master or doctor, but in Australia, they don't think so. If they only need vocational training, they don't need to go to bachelor and master as well. So because of of course, the opportunity of labor market here is higher than in Indonesia. So for example, like here, the student only get the certificate from the vocational education training. They can work, they can get job easily. But in Indonesia, maybe after SMK or after diploma, still struggling to find a job. So they need to continue their study to sarjana, to bachelor, or to master. So this is of course a little bit different in Indonesia and Australia, but Indonesia and Australia people, of course, they have the same value, that they think that the education is one of the important thing. So in Australia, of course, they think that education is very important, and in Indonesia, of course, now, all of the people think that education is very important. Maybe that's my response.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Najib, and also Professor Scott. Well, that's the feedback from both of the speakers. So is there any questions for the next, the discussions? Do you have any questions? Okay, yeah. Yes, please. Sukma. Okay, yeah. Familiar with my students. You're from communication science? Yeah, good.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Devi. So I'm a communication major. So that I said before, talking about the tourism is, I think, so completely, because tourism gives big impact to economic condition of the countries. But there are many threats that can make decreasing the tourism. Because of that, how much we believe with the tourism. Moreover, when pandemic, tourism is unstable and very down. It gives long-term impact for us. So I know for struggling for exiting that happen, we need a collaboration with others. So what should we do for the preparation soon for our tourism? And the second question, what is the important element must added in the tourism for a better tourism? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sukma, for the two questions. Okay, I think the first one, what should we do for the prepare to the conditions, I mean, after post-pandemic itself. I think it's like a tagline of our G20, recover, together recover stronger. Okay, I just gave it a clue. I think it's one of the missions, that's why G20 is really, has a concrete issue should be concluded here. And for the second question related to the important elements from the tourism sector should be recovered. Okay, so Professor Najib, would you please to have the comment first?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, Devi. Yeah, I think not only Indonesia, not only Bali, but yeah, all of the countries around the world suffer from the COVID, and of course, because of there is no mobility, there is no tourism. If we think that tourism is only place, only destination, of course, yeah, we will stuck at this situation. But if we think we can connect between the tourism sector and education, for example, like Australia, people cannot come to Australia during the pandemic, but the education still running, and Indonesian people still pay the tuition fee during the pandemic. So, yeah. And also, if we think tourism, like as I mentioned before, wellness and medical tourism, this is still tourism. That tourism is leisure, yeah, or for some people is luxury need. But if we connect the tourism and wellness or medical tourism, tourism become a basic need. Yeah, not only a leisure, not only luxury need, that become basic need. So, yeah, if we consider this is as a basic need, maybe, yeah, of course, we can solve the problem that, yeah, as such as pandemic, because even though pandemic, the hospital is still needed, right? Even more. So this is we have to change our mindset, and of course we have to yeah, develop a new paradigm of tourism, and tourism is not only independent sectors, but tourism should be linked with the other sectors. I think so. Moderator.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Najib. Yeah, related to the second questions, important elements, do you think, do you need more need analysis factors? So what kind of essential factors here should be raised in the case of the important element for this problem, I mean the tourism during the post-pandemic?
Yeah. After pandemic, I think, yeah, depend on the behavioral of tourists. Yeah, as I discussed before, if the tourist still maintains their behavior, yeah, for example, like they concern about the health, concern about the cleanliness, concern about the social distancing, we have to change the format of tourism, format of destination, format of event, format of attraction, and yeah, of course, this is kind of the best. What maybe the important thing is the policy of the policy of government. For example, like in Indonesia, we still need to show the certificate of vaccine. Is it correct?
Yeah, sure. After back from Australia and Indonesia, we have to show the vaccine certificate, even online, and also we have to show printed, right?
Yeah, but in Australia, we don't need to show that anymore. So we can move from place to another place easily. But in Indonesia, because of vaccine certificate, not all people already boosted, for
Vaccinated,
example.
right? And also there is some big percentage citizenship done during the vaccination yet.
Yeah, this is a kind of policy, right? If the government will do relaxation in this policy, maybe the mobility of people can be normal.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Prof. Najib, for your answer. Okay, so Professor Scott, there are two important parts of the last question, but what should we prepare? I mean, that's interested students to recover our tourism post-pandemic, and the second is the important elements that should be improved.
So, having traveled in Indonesia, I've been lucky enough to travel Indonesia for a number of years. I've found many beautiful and fascinating parts of the country which are not well known outside Indonesia, or in fact even perhaps not well known within Indonesia. I've seen or heard about orangutans, wonderful opportunities to go diving in Raja Ampat. There are many things that Indonesia has which are not well known outside the country. And so I suspect one of the things that needs to be done in preparing for recovery is to perhaps see the treasures that Indonesia has from an Australian perspective, rather than perhaps from the perspective of Indonesians who know what's there, or assume that what they think is normal is not interesting for people from overseas. So Ibu Miriam earlier talked about the Jakarta entertainment scene. That sounds pretty interesting to me. No, I'm a little bit old for it, unfortunately. But as a thing in Australia, many people will travel to other cities for entertainment purposes. So there's many things that are available. And the events that Professor Najib was talking about, I think, are another interesting thing. Or wellness. There are many opportunities, but they need to be developed. And so, to me, that's the first thing in terms of preparing for that. It's a little bit of education in some ways. It's about having the stakeholders, the key people in a city or a province, to understand what they've got and to maybe think about making an investment in developing it. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Professor Scott, for your comments related. Many opportunities should be developed, but from the Professor Scott presentations, we have to do more research about this. So, which particular part can be developed in the appropriate sector? Okay, I think it's enough for the discussion sessions. Thank you so much for Professor Najib and also Professor Scott for your insight and also your time to give us very valuable insight to this afternoon, and all of my students virtually and also on campus during this conference. Really happy and pleased to have your valuable insight today. So I can conclude for the discussion for today. The rules of the education is really important. Besides including universities here have been increasingly incorporating more responsibility when it comes to their contributions to society. Both of the speakers said the research is really important, should be collaborated between two countries and also to university. and in this case, including sustainability in corporations, teaching, outreach, and research. The initiative at the local level have fundamental impact on the context of the inserted into. And also the education tourism is one of the best idea that is presented as well as one of the key drivers to be succeed, to be collaborated by both of the country, especially Australia and Indonesia. I think that's all for the last session today. Thank you so much. Please big round of applause to both of the speakers. So I give it back to MC.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Basma, Professor Najib, and Professor Noel for presentation and discussion today. So we will move for the last quizzes. We excited for the last quizzes? Hands up. Okay. It's the same techniques like the quizzes is all about fun fact, Indonesia and Australia for general. So we search for two winners in the last quizzes for winning 100,000 rupiah internet plan. So please welcome our host quizzes today, Dewa from international class.
Okay, thank you Yuni. And hello guys. Aduh, nggak kedengeran suaranya. Halo guys. Oke, kembali lagi bersama saya Dewa Ayu yang akan menjadi host quiz pada sore hari ini. Jadi sama seperti sebelumnya, kuisnya itu menggunakan quizzes.com, bisa menggunakan website atau bisa langsung klik aja di Google kuisnya. Langsung aja join pakai kode yang nanti kita buat, bisa dilihat langsung di screen, dan langsung berikan identitas asli kalian semua biar nanti kalau misalkan kalian menang itu bisa langsung 100 ribunya itu ada di pulsa kalian begitu. Jadi teman-teman yang ada di sini di ruangan dan juga yang ada di online itu bisa langsung klik kode yang ada di depan. 701734 701734 itu kodenya teman-teman ya. Jadi semua yang ada di sini juga boleh ikut, Miss Mia juga kalau mau ikut boleh ikut, Serbas juga mau ikut boleh ikut. Oke, semuanya mau ikut. Oke, tinggal di scan aja atau open websitenya di Google dengan cara ketik quizzes.com dan langsung klik option yang paling atas dan langsung aja masukin kodenya yaitu 701734 teman-teman ya. Teman-teman yang ada di sini semuanya udah masuk? Oh, ada yang belum itu cowok-cowok di belakang. Ayo kakak dipercepat. Skuy. Kalau mau lebih gampang bisa langsung di scan aja teman-teman ya. Kalau misalkan nggak mau ribet bisa langsung di scan aja. Oke, diberitahu lagi untuk pemenangnya itu dicari 2 pemenang, yaitu bisa memenangkan 100.000 rupiah berupa pulsa atau internet data teman-teman. Yang dipilih cuma 2 orang dengan poin tertinggi atau poin teratas. Teman-teman semuanya udah siap? Oke, sudah siap. Jadi kita mulai aja ya. 3, 2, 1. Oke, teman-teman, fokus sama soal yang ada di smartphone kalian. Yap, dimulai dari sekarang. Ayo teman-teman semuanya. Ya, musiknya hilang. Oke, lanjut ya teman-teman ya. Fokus, fokus, fokus. Karena ini adalah the last section for the quizzes today. Wih, yang ikut banyak banget ya. Berarti pertandingannya sangat sengit. Ayo, 100.000. Ayo, Niko masih di kedua dan itu ada Ade Pramesti, my friends from international class. Ayo, adakah lagi Komang Bagus di ketiga? Ayo, masih salip-salipan teman-teman ya. Ayo, 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 ayo. Semangat. Ayo, semangat. Itu sudah mulai disalip-salip teman-teman ya. Siapa juara satunya? Itu masih Niko nomor satunya. Iya, sudah disalip oleh Dita dan disalip lagi. Ayo, 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 semangat. Disalip lagi sama Andi Dharma. Ayo, ayo. Andi. Ya, ayo, ayo, ayo. Andi Dharma, ayo bisa Andi. Oke, ini masih salip menyalip teman-teman ya. Kita masih tunggu dulu, ini yang di bawah masih belum jawab, masih 74%, berarti ada yang masih proses menjawab soal. Kita lihat apakah Andi Dharma masih di nomor 1. Oke, 7. Oh, yang di bawah masih ada yang menjawab teman-teman ya, masih proses menjawab dan salip menyalipnya masih sengit. Kita masih saksikan sama-sama apakah ranking pertama dan ranking keduanya masih bisa stay di sana. Itu masih ada yang menjawab teman-teman ya. Ayo, oh tunggu dulu Bapak, masih salip-salipan. Mana? Ayo, masih salip-salipan. Itu ada Trisna. Andi Dharma itu temen ya, international class ya. Ya terpaksa aku jawab. Masih 78% dan di bawah masih ada salip menyalip. Kita lihat dulu apakah Dinama dan Andi Dharma menjadi pemenang di last section ini. masih juga menjawab. Ya, cukup sampai di sini, waktunya habis ya teman-teman ya. Oke, pemenangnya adalah juara satunya ada Andi Dharma, juara duanya ada Dinama, dan juara tiganya Niko. Juara satu dan juara duanya mendapatkan 100.000 berupa pulsa atau data internet. Untuk Niko, terima kasih. Terima kasih yang sudah berpartisipasi. Saya kembalikan ke MC.
Okay, congratulations guys for winning the internet plan. We have total 6 winner today. And now for the last agenda, we have closing remarks by Head of Uniknas Study Center.
Acara selanjutnya yaitu penutup dari Ibu Dr. Ana Agung Ayung Ratini Rusmini Gorda selaku Kepala Pusat Studi Uniknas sekaligus perayaan hari ulang tahun ketiga Pusat Studi Uniknas Denpasar. Kepada Ibu dipersilakan.
Om Swastiastu. Salam sehat, salam sejahtera buat kita. Masih semangat? Masih. Iya. Yang online juga semangat? Ya, wakili semangat. Ya, yang terhormat Duta Besar Australia untuk Indonesia yang pada kesempatan hari ini diwakili oleh Ibu Anthea Griffith selaku Konsul Jenderal Australia di Bali. Yang terhormat Duta Besar Indonesia untuk Australia Bapak Dr. Siswo Pramono beserta tim di KBRI Canberra yang hadir secara virtual dan masih sampai saat ini bersama acara. Yang kami hormati Rektor Undiknas yang dalam hal ini diwakili oleh Bapak yang paling ganteng di Undiknas, paling ganteng ya, nomor 2 baru Gus Bas. Jadi Bapak Agus Freddy Maradona PhD, jadi nggak boleh saling mendahului. Yang kami hormati Bapak Marskal Purnawirawan Kepi, Hakim Ketua Pusat Studi Kekuatan Udara Indonesia, hadir pada saat pembukaan tadi. Yang kami hormati para wakil rektor, yang dalam hal ini ada 2 ya. Wakil rektor 2, wakil rektor 4, sekaligus sebagai rektor saat ini. Mewakili, sebagai ya. Wakil. Jadi tunggu 2 tahun lagi. Yang kami hormati Dekan, Ketua Program Studi yang hadir secara virtual, mudah-mudahan masih bertahan karena tadi lihat 200 yang masih bertahan secara online. Entah bertahannya karena iming-iming ada sertifikat atau memang ingin mendapatkan wawasan ya. Para kepala pusat kajian yang masih hadir dan sedikit terpaksa mungkin ya, ikhlas. Jadi pusat kajian yang ada di bawah Pusat Studi Undiknas, kajian kebijakan gender, Bapak Dr. Sedana, Ibu Dr. Nina, Pusat Kajian Ekonomi dan Pariwisata, karena sangat relevan dengan kegiatan hari ini, Bapak Pusat Kajian Ekonomi Kreatif di pojok sana, mendampingi tim IT, Bapak Pusat Kajian Teknik, dan yang punya gawe saat ini adalah Pusat Kajian ASEAN dan Internasional. Sudah tidak asing lagi. Berapa nih? Apa netizennya? Jadi Bu Mia, jadi ini luar biasa ya kegiatan hari ini. Dan yang paling saya banggakan yang menyebabkan acara ini sangat luar biasa adalah para narasumber dan peserta. Ya, peserta dari Australian Update 2022 yang dimoderatori orang-orang hebat di Undiknas. Jadi Bapak Bas Hai, ini sudah tidak asing kalau di Australia, ya. Jadi masyarakat Australia juga kan. Saya baru datang juga dari Perth. Sayang belum bisa mampir ke KBRI ya, padahal kita sudah kontak-kontak ya. Jadi langkah ada di Perth itu 25.000. Yang tidak biasa di Bali. Di Bali duduk aja kerja. Dan moderator yang kedua, Bapak Rektor pada saat ini, ya, Bapak sekaligus sebagai Bapak Rektor, Wakil Rektor 4 dan moderator, Golden Boy-nya Undiknas. Pertama, kedua, jadi ada 2. Jadi mudah-mudahan nanti di KBRI kalau perlu Golden Boy yang memang smart ini di Undiknas satunya. Ya. Dan yang paling cantik moderatornya ya Miss Mia. Dan seluruh peserta yang masih aktif ya sampai saat ini yang ada di ruangan ini ada 3.000 orang. Suaranya mana nih? Dan yang secara online ada 30 juta. Tapi ini kok semua tidak ada wajahnya ya. Mudah-mudahan tetap panca inderanya tetap mendengar. Baik, saat ini saya sangat berbangga dan sangat berbahagia karena kegiatan yang dipercayakan kepada Pusat Studi Undiknas oleh KBRI Canberra yang pelaksanaan sangat sustain ya, Australian Update 2022 ini yang keempat di saat usia Pusat Studi Undiknas itu yang ketiga. Kok gak ada tepuk tangan ya? Mantap. Ditambah ya nanti ya $100. Masih sisa kok kemarin ya Bu Hero, amplopnya belum sempat karena ternyata Bapak Dubes Indonesia ya, saya nggak tahu kalau di Australia di Perth itu sampai jam 5 jadwalnya saya belanja gitu. Jadi cepet-cepetan gitu. Jadi nggak terkejar untuk belanja, maaf ya yang di sini nggak dapat oleh-oleh. Ya, jadi yang ketiga, jadi ulang tahun yang ketiga itu adalah saat ini kebetulan juga bertepatan dengan G20 ya, yang tadinya kita akan melaksanakan tepat di saat pelaksanaan puncak acara G20, tetapi masih juga kita bernegosiasi agar kegiatan ini masih dilakukan pada saat bulan November, karena kami dilahirkan oleh SK Rektor itu di tanggal 1 November. Jadi kebetulan hari ini ada 2 wakil rektor, mohon disampaikan. Jadi apa yang menjadi harapan dari Bapak Rektor terkait unit Pusat Studi Undiknas ini sampai saat ini di usia yang ketiga sudah mulai melaksanakan kegiatan-kegiatan yang memang menjadi tagline-nya Undiknas ya, yang tahun depan katanya internasional. Ya, jadi kami mencoba untuk itu karena memang ada pusat studi ASEAN dan internasional. Mudah-mudahan, jadi atas restu nanti semua, pusat kajian Australia itu lahir di Undiknas. Mudah-mudahan 2 Golden Boy ini bisa menginisiasi. Ya. Karena tadi kesempatan yang disampaikan, kalau tidak salah saya dengar adalah bagaimana percepatan dari pemulihan pariwisata ini adalah salah satunya dari 3 materi ini di education tourism. Dan saya akan meng-highlight bahwa poin yang ketiga karena memang pelaksanaannya ada di Undiknas ya, perguruan tinggi. Saya berharap kegiatan ini tidak hanya cukup sampai di sini. Jadi mungkin KBRI Canberra itu bisa menginisiasi untuk bisa melakukan MOU dengan semua universitas yang ada di Australia untuk bisa diajak ke Indonesia, khususnya di Bali. Ya. Jadi memang pariwisata kan harus global ya. Jadi tidak hanya Bali, tetapi 5 Bali baru yang menjadi perencanaan yang skala prioritas dari pemerintah, antara lain Danau Toba, ada itu yang terdekat dengan kami Bali Mandalika, dan Labuan Bajo itu menjadi juga skala prioritas dari Australia. Karena kedekatan di luar dari ASEAN ya Australia. Jadi mudah-mudahan hubungan baik yang dibangun hari ini antara Australia dan Undiknas dalam hal ini mewakili Indonesia, sombong ya, Undiknas mewakili Indonesia, mudah-mudahan ini akan mempercepat pemulihan pariwisata dilihat dari education tourism. Karena apa? Karena kemarin saya mendampingi katanya, ikut bersama Pak Bas ya, dengan hanya 1 minggu ya, kegiatan mahasiswa di sana mungkin bisa terhitung berapa banyak destinasi yang di Australia bisa kita kunjungi. Nanti akan ada balasan. Nah, kalau ini diorganize dengan bagus, dikoordinir oleh KBRI yang memang sebenarnya tugasnya untuk itu salah satunya, mari kita perkuat lagi untuk bagaimana kita mengkaji, karena kebetulan yang mendapatkan kesempatan saat ini menjadi tuan rumah dari Australian Update 2022 adalah Pusat Studi Undiknas, yang dimana kegiatannya itu harus memang diawali dengan kajian-kajian. Ya, yang mana saja yang menjadi strategi yang tepat untuk bisa kita pulih bersama. Jangan Australia aja yang pulih, tetapi Bali ini mewakili dari Indonesia ini akan menjadi suatu semangat bagi Indonesia untuk sama-sama bergerak. Dan saya berharap juga kegiatan hari ini memperkuat lagi apa yang menjadi tujuan pertemuan hari ini adalah mari kita pulih bersama melalui pariwisata, tetapi lebih spesifik lagi tourism itu lebih dikaji lagi yang seperti apa konsepnya. Jadi selama ini melihat Bali dari budayanya ya, mendengar Bali dari destinasi mungkin salah satunya pantainya dan sebagainya. Nah, sekarang kita mencoba untuk mengkaji apakah dari tourism ini ada sesuatu keunikan nggak, lembaga-lembaga pendidikan yang ada di Bali yang bisa dikolaborasikan, disinergikan sehingga saling tukar-menukar mahasiswa, dosen, dan mungkin joint riset dan sebagainya, itu akan secara tidak langsung akan meningkatkan pariwisata dari sisi education. Jadi sekali lagi saya berterima kasih kepada Bapak Dubes dalam hal ini memberikan kesempatan bagi Pusat Studi Undiknas dalam perayaan hari ketiga, biasanya dengan tiup lilin, tetapi kami mencoba ulang tahun ketiga dengan kita menguatkan tangan kita erat, Australia Bali, Australia Indonesia, Australia Bali untuk dunia. Sekian, terima kasih. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Baik, tidak ada tiup lilin. Ya, oke. Matikan lampu. Tunggu $100. Bu Hero sudah ada di ini ya. Tidak ada hadiah buat kami. Ya, oke. Mari kita berdoa bersama agar semua yang kita pikirkan untuk kemajuan pariwisata bersama antara Australia dan Bali dapat berjalan dengan baik.
Oke, itu dia tadi ternyata ada surprise ya. Jadi ada penampilan video yang dimana itu serangkaian kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh Pusat Studi Uniknas selama setahun udah sebanyak itu dan sudah mengundang banyak sekali narasumber yang luar biasa. Mungkin nanti tahun depan kita bisa mengundang yang lebih kece lagi, Presiden Amerika. Oh, Joe Biden. Oke, kita tunggu ya. Oke, aduh bahasa udah. Oke, kita tunggu lagi pokoknya tahun depan yang lebih meriah pokoknya. Oke. Tapi tadi fansnya Pak Agus Freddy banyak banget ya. Oh, aduh. Oke. Oke. Before we take a photo group session, I will inform you that QR code for the last attendance will be shared in the projector, so everyone here and everyone will attend virtually. Please scan the QR code and a certificate will be sent directly to your email. Once again, happy third anniversary. Uniknas Study Center, happy third anniversary. Uniknas Study Center and team. Yeah. Oke, langsung aja saya mengundang semuanya who joining us virtually untuk on camera, so we can see your face clearly. And who attend here, please stand up so we can take a last photo session. Yay! Okay, we invite all participants, all audience who joining us virtually to open the camera so we can see your face clearly. Okay. Beautiful and handsome so we can see your face. Thank you guys. Okay, camera ready? For WTN KBRI Canberra, Bapak Dr. Siswo Pramono and team, we'll invite you to join photo group session together. Okay, thank you Bapak. Okay, thank you guys who joining us virtually, who stand with us until now. Thank you. Okay, last we invite KBRI Canberra for joining us again for the photo session with Undiknas University. Would you like to stand up, please? Bahasa Indonesia, oke Bapak. Mohon dimohonkan untuk berdiri, KBRI Canberra beserta tim. Oke, Om Swastiastu. Ya, good. Oke, saya pandu dalam hitungan ketiga. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Oke, mungkin foto di sini ya. Foto di ruangan dulu. Oke, closing. Okay, thank you guys for your active participation and discussion today. Oke, closing ya, kita closing dulu ya, setelah itu baru kita acara bebas untuk foto bersama. Oke, terima kasih semuanya, saya Kade Yuni Dharma Patni beserta partner saya.
Agung Ari Laksana pamit undur diri.
Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Cik, kami informasikan kepada peserta yang hadir secara luring atau para mahasiswa dimohonkan untuk dapat mengambil snack ke lounge. Sekali lagi kami informasikan kepada mahasiswa, setelah kegiatan ini dipersilakan ke lounge untuk mengambil snack. Terima kasih.
Para pejuang kemerdekaan kita dimakamkan di sini. Mereka adalah tahanan politik dari Bovendigel yang kemudian dipindahkan di Australia dan mereka menetap di sini.